on this 18th day of July 2025. I'll be your moderator for today, and I have a co-moderator, Pauline. My name is Martin Wambona, and I'll be co-moderating this session until lunchtime with Pauline. Pauline, just say hello.
Yes, hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tsime Pauline, and I'll be our co-moderator for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pauline. We'll just have a round of introductions. I'll just go through the program, and we have already had arrival and registration for today. We will have a round of introduction of the participants so that we get to know each other. Then we'll have opening remarks from the Uganda Law Society representative to open the session, and opening remarks from the Executive Director, the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, Dr. David Kabanda. We'll have presentations from Professor Charles Mianja on understanding nutrition, the nutrients of critical concern, salt, fat, and sugar. We'll have a presentation from Professor Ben Twinomugisha on food trade, neoliberalism, and NCDs, the non-communicable diseases. Because of time, we'll have a working tea during the training. And after that, as we have the working tea, Dr. David Kabanda will come in with a presentation on the right to adequate food, understanding food systems and the law. Ms. Kambabas Joan Council will come in to discuss the new frontiers, NCDs, pharmaceuticals, food supplements, and strategic tools for litigation. We will have plenary after every presenter, so we'll skip the moderator-led roundtable discussion, but rather have plenary after every presentation. We'll have the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao, speak to us via online for this session. Then we'll have the lawyers under the Uganda Law Society Food and Nutrition Cluster deliver a petition requesting for regulation on ultra-processed foods that have been that are harmful to the health of Ugandans. Then we'll have the minister will be launching the Agroecology Legal Network for Africa. We'll have a group photo. Then we shall have lunch and departure. So at this opportune moment, I would like to open the floor for introductions, self-introductions. It will be our name, what we do, and where we come from. Yes, so Pauline will help me move the mic. We'll start on my left. I'll start with myself. I am Martin Wambona. I work with the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights as the program's associate. And Pauline, please, you'll help me move the mic, starting from the tables on my left.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tsime Pauline. I work with the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, SafeRoad. The people online will put our names in the chat box for our introductions. Thank you. I think I'll start from the front.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kasilia Dennis. I'm an advocate from Semia Vaiga and Company Advocates.
You're most welcome, Council.
Thank you.
Chiza Aaron is my name. I'm a human rights lawyer. I'm delighted to be with you this morning. I look forward to an exciting session. Thank you.
You're most welcome, Council.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Grace Bwenje, and I'm the Senior Planner for Agriculture at the National Planning Authority.
You're most welcome, sir.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Bernard Wambale. I'm a public health nutritionist. I'm also the head of programs at Consent, and I also coordinate activities for the Food Safety Coalition of Uganda. Nice to see you all.
You're most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Stella Rosa Kutu is my name. I work as the Policy and Research Officer at ESAF Uganda. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Wanyu. I'm an agroecologist and a food scientist from Slow Food Uganda and Slow Food International. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Mary Chimurahewe. I am an advocate. I work with the network of public interest lawyers, and the subject to be discussed today is very dear to me, the topic of food, and I am glad I am here. Thank you.
You're most welcome, Council.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jane Rose Nansubuga. I work with FIAN Uganda as the program officer.
You're most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Namaganda Rehema. I'm the country coordinator of FIAN Uganda. I'm excited to be here.
You're most welcome, Doctor.
Praise God.
Amen.
God is good.
All the time.
And all the time.
God is good, and that's his nature. Wow.
Thank you. My name is Lilian Natwaire. I work with Uganda Christian Lawyers Fraternity. I'm in charge of membership affairs and professional development. Thank you.
You're most welcome, Council.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Luzer Rashid, the Programs Manager, Healthy Child Uganda.
You're most welcome, sir.
Good morning. My name is Paul Kishari. I'm a lawyer and I'm a member of NETP.
You're most welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rosetta Ampere and I'm an intern at Sephirot.
You're most welcome.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good
My name is William Sebuliba. I work with the CBS Radio in the newsroom.
You're most welcome, sir.
Good morning. I'm Jaramogi Patrick, a multimedia investigative journalist, a managing editor, Shift Media News.
You're most welcome, sir.
Good morning, land colleagues and also other colleagues from the food fraternity. I am Nakanja Konora and I'm a legal officer at Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights.
You're most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, both online and in the room. My name is Kemba Bazijoan. I'm the program head, social justice and strategic litigation at Sephirot.
Good morning. I am Abbas Luyombo from Makerere University.
You're most welcome, Council.
My name is Mia Charles. I work at Makerere University.
You're most welcome, Prof. Thank you so much, dear ladies and gentlemen, and you're most welcome. We have people at the back.
Good morning. My name is Naisanga Sarah and I'm the Program Manager, Advocacy, Campaigns and Partnerships at the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights.
You're most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Aquare Doreen. I'm the Program Manager, Sustainable Agri-Food Systems and Climate Justice at the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights. You're all most welcome.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
Hello, good morning once again. Doreen Atkunda. I work with the Uganda Law Society as the Head Professional Development and Members Affairs. Good to see you all. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Drake Mboa, and his assistant.
You're most welcome, sir. Okay. So thank you so much, dear ladies and gentlemen, and you're most welcome to the members physically present here and the members joining us online. It is a pleasure having you all for this training. At this opportune moment, I would like to welcome the Executive Director, the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, who is also the chairperson of the Uganda Law Society Food and Nutrition Cluster, to give opening remarks, and thereafter we shall have the opening remarks from the ULS representative. You're most welcome.
Thank you so much, Martin. Good morning, members, both physically here and colleagues online. It gives me a lot of happiness when we are having another training on food law. And I'm very happy that we also have some non-lawyers in the room whom I have also asked to accept that they also become lawyers, because we know that this is a sector, the food and nutrition sector, or food, agriculture, nutrition as a sector, has suffered, has been orphaned for a very long time when it comes to legal aspects. When you come to Uganda, it is the only country, I think, that does not think that food as a sector or agriculture and its players must be accountable to the consumers. So everything that is done is like a moral obligation. Sometimes when you speak to caregivers, they think it is a moral obligation to feed their people. Sometimes when you speak to the street vendors, I mean those who vend food, they think they help you to give you that food, and for them, they don't think there is any legal implication in what they serve you to eat. Dear Council, both online and here present, our country and ourselves as individuals, as lawyers, but also in the general community where we live, we are in great danger. And forgive me if I sound like I'm an alarmist, but sometimes I have no choice but to speak the truth and the fact the way it is. Because although food is a social phenomenon, it is a legal issue. It is an economic issue, only that sometimes we don't see the legal angle, which we are trying now to put on table. We know that food makes us who we are. Before a mother gives birth or before a mother conceives, science dictates that they should watch, care, and have intentional feeding, for purposes of preparation of that environment where another human being is going to grow from. Then at pregnancy level, of course, nutritionists and scientists will always tell you what you should eat. Immediately after giving birth, it is also a scientific fact. If you refuse to listen, it will catch up with you and with your child. Immediately after giving birth, you breastfeed. That is already eating. And if you breastfeed exclusively for 6 months, so I'm trying to show how important this aspect is, or this sector. But unfortunately, many people, including us as lawyers, it is a sector that we have not actually practiced. So our ultimate objective is to make sure that we bring not only this awareness, but to cause practice in this particular sector. We want to have the scientists work with lawyers to make sure that the food we have no longer kills people, because where we are now, the food is killing many Ugandans, and if it has not yet killed you, it has impacted on you. Sometimes how you behave, sometimes how you think, sometimes even your capacities to do certain things. Let me give you an example. If you ate wrong food today and you get food poisoning, you can't work. We know that man hours and you know, potential to think, innovate has been lost because of food. And it is also sad to also start with it as an opening remark that Uganda does not have a framework law on food. Uganda does not have a food policy as we speak today. And Uganda does not have an authority. You've had many countries, US, and why am I even talking about US? Kenya, Tanzania, and I have even seen that officers from here go to these countries to benchmark. But these people have food authorities. Uganda does not have. And worse still, we have what they call an open economic model in the country. Trade liberalization, the forces of demand and supply dictate the rules. So you find that our markets are now flooded with all junk food, unregulated junk. You find that now we have franchises that these are non-domestic or homegrown companies, but they are everywhere. I cannot mention names here. But they are selling junk to children, to adults, to adolescents, to women, to old people. And I'm very intentional mentioning these categories because nutrition is specific to different categories of people and stages. So I'm very happy working with the Uganda Law Society and CEFROT being the host of the cluster, and also working with other scientists to make sure that we start this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, food is not supposed to be a commodity that just you pick from the market, and many people think like that. But food, the right to food and food as an aspect must be understood from a systems angle. As you eat an egg today, you need to be mindful of where it came from. We do not have a policy or a mechanism in this country to even trace the food. As you take the coffee from that coffee center, you also need to know where is this coffee coming from. Some of it is refined coffee. Where is it coming from? Some hubs are very nice. They even show you the women who are producing the coffee. So as we end today, we'll be having the minister joining us. We'll be handing him over our petition. But today I'm also very happy to let you know that we are launching a legal network. We want now to start having lawyers who can sacrifice to stand for social justice in the food systems, understanding the food aspect from the farm to the fork, or even before the farm. Do we have lawyers who understand the laws on seed? Do lawyers yet understand the golden nature of the seed sector? 98% of the seed sector in Uganda is dominated by Kenyan companies. The similar seed, the ones that are supplying are Kenyan. But do lawyers understand the seed laws in this country? Do lawyers engage and practice at African level? It's not happening. Do lawyers understand the chemical industry? If these chemicals are killing us, can we hold the companies accountable? But how can you hold them accountable if you do not yet understand that it is a practice that you can do? So the value chain from the farm to where the food finds me on the fork, do people understand that food is laced with chemicals that are potentially killing us or reducing our lives? So we are here to make sure that we launch this network, we continue in the conversation, and have a cohort of lawyers in Africa that can respond to industrial agriculture. If there is a madness that thinks that chemicals are the only thing to do, then you have a legal group that responds to that and defends agroecology and defends the environment, defends the children, because our children are in danger. I want to stop with this statement. Uganda, when you look at the statistics, 70% of the population are young people. And the food industry, including the industrial agriculture, is targeting the young people. Because these are children, because they do not yet understand what is happening in their lives. Even if there is a commercial drive, they may take it to be a real show. So when we do not wake up to start protecting not only the children but also ourselves, we will wake up to a country which does not have any future. It starts today, and I'm very confident that it starts with lawyers. If lawyers do not hold other players accountable, we will never have equity, we will never have justice, we will never have development, and above all, we are looking at human capital development. With those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to see you, colleagues that are physically here, but also members that are online. We are going to be here for up to 1, so let us maximize the time that we are here, the discussions that we will be having, and also drawing new frontiers for this kind of legal work that we are giving to ourselves. Thank you so much.
I just request that we clap better, right, for the presenters today. I think we should have a clapping format, right? Okay, asante sana. Thank you so much, Dr. David Kabanda, for opening our eyes into understanding food systems and the legal aspects, and also opening our eyes to the new frontiers for litigation in terms of food. Pauline, please help me with Professor Myanja's laptop with the technical team. Dr. David Kabanda will come back later to give us a presentation, a detailed presentation on the right to adequate food and understanding the food systems and law in a larger context. So we'll keep the questions until then for him when he breaks down the complex food systems and the law aspects. I want to welcome the first presenter for today. And it is our first presenter today is Professor Charles Myanja. Professor Charles Myanja is a professor at the Department of Food Technology and Nutrition, Makerere University, School of Food Technology, Nutrition and Biosystems Engineering. He's a professor in food microbiology. He is a member of the Uganda National Codex Committee, chairing various technical committees for standard development in Uganda in areas of live animals, meat, poultry, game and eggs. He is a chair of the ASO TC23 live animals at the African Union level. He is the president of the Institute of Packaging Partners, Uganda. He was the co-founder and first president of the African Continental Association of Food Protection, a 49th affiliate of the International Association of Food Protection. Professor Myanja describes himself as a teacher, a researcher, a consultant, with numerous publications. Dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me and join me. Now, Professor Myanja will have to repeat this. And so sorry for this. I had skipped a program that I'm going to run back to, dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen. We have the Vice President of the Uganda Law Society in the room. Join me as we welcome His Excellence. The claps should be louder. You are most welcome, Your Excellence, and you'll forgive me to hijack you to open the session again. We had started without your full authority. So, dear Professor Myanja, allow me have the Vice President of the Uganda Law Society open the session, and you will come in after that. Your Excellency, with the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, working with the Uganda Law Society, have organized this CLE training to open up new legal frontiers for food, trade, and non-communicable diseases for the legal profession. And we would like to take this opportune moment to welcome you and open this session officially. You're most welcome, Your Excellence.
Wow, that was quite an ambush, but we are doing things radically these days, so I'll be radical. Allow me stand on the protocol that has been already laid out since I found the session ongoing. I don't want to spoil what has been stated, but I do bring you greetings from the Uganda Law Society, the Governing Council, and the Secretariat. It's really my honor and privilege to join you this morning for this vital training on the law, food, and trade organized by the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights in partnership with the Uganda Law Society. These are partnerships we do not take for granted. These are partnerships that are very important in advancing not just knowledge, but promoting important rights and important aspects of life that we all need to pay attention to. Allow me begin by appreciating the organizers of this training for recognizing a critical need, to bring legal minds into the evolving dialogue around food rights, trade, and public health. The theme for today's training, which is Traversing New Frontiers for Legal Practice and Defense for Food Rights in Uganda, could not be more timely. This is the time we need to have these discussions. This is the time we need to have these engagements. Uganda stands at a crossroads. We are facing a growing public health challenge, with one communicable disease accounting for over 33% of all deaths and 90% of children consuming unhealthy diets, as reported by the World Health Organization. And yet there exists no comprehensive legal or policy frameworks to regulate trade in food, protect children from harmful food marketing, or alert the public about excessive nutrients in processed products. This gap is not merely a policy oversight. It's a human rights concern. And that's why it's important that we have the legal minds, take part in this discussion. It's not just an issue of health, it's an issue of rights as well. And it's a big concern that probably has not been taken seriously, or the policymakers have not paid a lot of attention to it, yet it's causing serious problems. That is why we feel it's important. That's why the Uganda Law Society in the first place agreed to partner with you, the other organizers, to make sure we bring this conversation and forge a way forward. As legal professionals, we are bound by our duty to uphold and protect the rights enshrined in the 1995 Constitution of Uganda, the Children Act and the Public Health Act, including the right to health and the right to children to be protected from harm. Articles 20, 24, and 34 make it clear health and adequate food are not optional. their fundamental rights. And for those who may not know, the Uganda Law Society under Section 3 of the LS Act has a mandate, a statutory mandate, to advise government and also assist the public in matters touching the law and those matters that are auxiliary to the law. So there is a connection, interconnection between this and the law. We focus mainly on the law, and when it comes to promotion and protection of the human rights, we come out strongly to defend people's rights and also help in the promotion and protection of these rights, especially those that are clearly enshrined in the Constitution. It is our statutory mandate, it is our duty. That is why the legal minds have to come out and stand strong and fight for this and make a contribution. Now, today's engagement is a clear call to action. The legal profession must adapt and rise to the urgent need for legal leadership in food systems governance, whether through public interest litigation, legislative advocacy, or policy reform. We have an obligation to steer Uganda towards a future where food rights are recognized, respected, and enforced. And it brings me pleasure to see, very active public interest litigants in the room. I've seen Councillor Aaron Kiza, and I wish we could clap for these members of the public. In the past, there are members who have, members of the bar like him, who have taken some of these rights seriously on their own, sometimes in partnership with the Law Society. We could contribute, and they've always contributed to, the promotion of these rights through public interest litigation. These are the contributions we can make as members. So it's not just a mere discussion. It's an area where we can engage and agree and forge the way forward. We agree on the various contributions we can make in making sure that we improve on these rights. Now, this training is therefore not just academic. It is transformational. It empowers lawyers to step into new frontiers of legal practice, engaging in matters of nutrition, food policy, intellectual property in the pharmaceutical sector, and the regulation of non-communicable diseases. See, when the members of the public, most people, when they hear about food, all they think of is eating. It doesn't matter what we intake, we forget that there is more beyond just eating. This is what I believe is going to be a deeper discussion today, and I am personally excited to see what the minds in this room are going to put on table for us. I particularly commend the inclusion of the petition to the Minister of Health calling for the adoption of a robust evidence-based nutrient profiling model. Such a model will be instrumental in guiding healthier food systems, limiting harmful industrial influence, and ensuring compliance with global best practices. As the Uganda Law Society, we do make a commitment. We do commit to fully support the mobilization of lawyers, the members of the bar, to take collective action in defense of the right to adequate food. We must work together to promote policies that protect public health, hold industries accountable, and empower communities through not just legal representation, but also through knowledge sharing and through awareness sessions, because we also do believe that most people suffer because of lack of knowledge. Even the policies that are in place, the laws that are in place, including the constitutional rights, most members of the public are not aware of these rights. The government has literally taken less or no action in ensuring that the members of the public, the citizens, have been enlightened or educated and, sensitized about the existence of these rights. So it is our role, and we do commit to ensure that we do all this as our contribution to the citizenry. As we begin today's session, I encourage each of us, each and every one of us, to see ourselves not just as legal practitioners, but as agents of change, ready to advance justice in all spheres, including the food we eat and the health of our nation and citizens. Let this training ignite a broader movement within our legal fraternity, one that positions the law as a powerful tool in the fight for a healthier and more just Uganda. I welcome all of you, and I officially declare this training open. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the President. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for opening the doors of the bar to civil society organizations promoting the right to adequate food. Clearly stated by the President, the role of the lawyers and the bar in shaping policy, legislative frameworks, and enforcement through legal advocacy and through legislative advocacy and also strategic litigation to ensure that the right to adequate food and health is realized for the citizens of this country. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. So I'll go ahead to welcome our first presenter. Allow media participants to reintroduce Professor Charles Mianja. Professor Charles Mianja is a professor at Makerere University, the School of Food Technology, Nutrition and Biosystems Engineering. He's a professor in food microbiology, and he's a member of the Uganda National Codex Committee. He chairs various committees for standard development in areas of live animals, meat, game, poultry. He's a chair for ASO TC23. This is a standards body for live animals at the African Union level. He's the president of the Institute of Packaging Partners Uganda. He was the co-founder and first president of the Africa Continental Association for Food Production, which is a 49th affiliate of International Association for Food Protection. He describes himself as a teacher, a researcher with numerous publications. He's a consultant, but above all, he's our presenter. Dear ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Professor Charles Mianja to give us a detailed presentation and understanding of the nutrients of people concerned. Most welcome, Prof.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I first check the technology that works. Yes, it will work. Yes, it does work. My name is, again, Mianja Charles. I work at Makerere University in the Department of Food Science Technology. I know some of you know me. I wanted to know. Some people I know, they know me. I want somebody who knows me to put up their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think that's good. I'm known by a few people here. So even though I tell a lie, no problem. Yeah, I'm happy to be here to be the first presenter. The area which we are grumbling with is a big area where lawyers have been thinking about them for a long time. And actually, as far as I'm concerned here, I don't know whether in Uganda you have somebody who has done international food law. If you have done international food law, put up the hand, please, because you are lawyers. And that's what is bothering me in this country, that we can't move the food law unless we have the capacity in international food law. You can see you are the lawyers, but there's nobody has done that. So I've been struggling, how can I get a student I can indulge into this area so that we can combine the law and the food and then come up with a functional food law. That's what we want, but it's not there. Actually, I tell people that in Uganda is where you eat food and you die and nobody you can sue. I'm telling you the truth. There's no law. If you eat my product, you die. We are going to say, oh, the law says if you die Muyanja's product, such a punishment is going to be given. It's not there, isn't it? So we have a big problem in the country. But as far as I'm concerned, I've done a lot, and I'm still doing a lot. So that we come up with the food law one day. I started on this thing, I think we are in 1995. We had what we called a food safety bill. 1995. We designed it. It went to Parliament. I don't know what happened. Up to now, I don't know. So this one, you lawyers, you can handle. But what I'm telling the truth, that food, for me, I consider food maybe in 3 categories. Food is a political tool. You know that. People can use food in terms of politics. You have seen what happened in Israel and Palestine, isn't it? Is it good? No. And food also, you know very, very well. I've been reading those posters. Food is a human right, isn't it? And the governments have obligation to make sure they feed the population. That one you know. That's why the government are supposed to make food reserves, of which is not existing as per now, isn't it? In the case there is calamity, all of us are going to die. So that's the challenge you have. So and another thing also which I've seen is a policy of trade liberalization. Everybody can trade anything he wants, isn't it? Free market, entry and exit. Anybody can put a product on the market. And all of us will have the food, isn't it? Food is good. Actually, all of us, you see, you are here. But if they bring food, you can hear a lot of noise. Isn't it? Food, I know, I've been seeing the problem of food myself. Food is good. It causes happiness. But again, it can be a problem if you eat it a lot, isn't it? So those are some of the things I grumble with a lot. But I'm happy that you lawyers, you are here. And I also thank God I'm talking to lawyers. I've been reading legal things, you know, you have your language which you formulate and so on. I love it. Yeah, if at all I was young, I could go back and do the same subjects. But now I'm old. So I thank God for that. So the topic which I'm going to do is a big, big topic. But I'm just going to throw some light. Just a few things. All of you, the thing you are going to see, they're not new, you know them. But how do we use them to make sure that we do make sure that the food people get, it is what? It is adequate and safe and nutritious. Some of the things that are there in the posters. So we want to make sure that the food is adequate, safe, and nutritious. You see the concept saying it's not safe when it's not what? Food. They have that slogan, which I've seen. So ladies and gentlemen, let me go through my presentation and then you can see. That's a flow. Don't worry about this, but you'll see. This is the connection. When you look at food, where does it come from? It comes from our culture. And that's where the problem usually starts from, isn't it? To make the food unsafe. Eh? As you move along the food value chain, there are things you are supposed to make sure that my food is of good quality, is of good safety. And you have to bring in the science there. And then in terms of nutrition, you look at, does my food contain the nutrients which is required by the body? Does my processing have an impact on the food which I'm processing? So you look at nutrient needs of the population. All of us, we are different here. When we talk about nutrition, the elderly, the young, the youth, the babies, they require different nutrients. So you can categorize them in that one, make them a good diet so that you can meet the energy requirement. So the dairy intakes, that one is also very important. Then the nutritional well-being and the nutritional literacy. People here, they eat food, but they don't know what they are eating, isn't it? But you just go to the supermarket, you buy anything you eat, but you have to make sure you understand what is the food I'm eating. Is it safe for me? What is the impact it's going to make on my life? So in terms of health, the food we eat also is supposed to contribute to health, the well-being. So you are looking at promotion of good healthy feeding or healthy diets. You are looking at protecting with, you see the consumer protection. They are protecting consumers. All of us, we are consumers. So that's what they are doing. And then you are looking at treatment. Food can be a drug, isn't it? You have seen people putting on nutrition claims. They claim their food can do A, B, C, D. But those claims usually we need science. A national drug authority is supposed to do that together with UNBS, Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Safe from hazard, that's what all of us were struggling with. You know, safety of the food is individual, isn't it? And I tell people, in the whole world, there's no safe food. And we eat food on risk, isn't it? But sometimes you have to measure the risk. When you go to developed countries like UK, the hotels are graded, you know. There's A, B, C, D, star 1, star 2, star 3. The same with hotels here. You have star 2, star 3. Well, they are the hotel stars. I think the safety usually is very good. That's what an assumption. But in the UK, those small restaurants are graded, whereby 5-star, the safety is very high. But 2-star, the safety is what? Not very good. Then you, the consumer, you can decide on the risk to take, isn't it? Whether you go to 1 or to 2. But again, I usually tell people poverty is a challenge to us. That's why you go to star 1 and don't go star 5. So all these are combined there. So you have to make sure that at the end of the day, you have good health. And all those combined, they have an impact on food security, food nutrition, and the education, plus the food culture. The food culture is the way we eat the food, the way we use the food, the way we grow the food. You have been talking about the food system. Does our food system provide the foods which you want? There was a policy the government put into place, support a food system with diversity of foods which support health. You know the government wants money, you know that all the time. So if the government comes out with a policy to support commercial crops and forgets about the food crops, usually there's a challenge. People are going to die. And if they're not going to die, they're going to get food from outside. And when they get food from outside, that food may be highly processed or processed food with a lot of sugar, with a lot of salt, with a lot of everything. And then the problem, the health will be compromised. So there are many challenges around what you are doing in the country. Nutrition, I'm not going to go through the definition, but it's just a science of food and also nutrient. What you are looking at are nutrient and food. Does the food have the nutrients you require? And then the nutrients, those are small things which are in the food, which you get from there. All of you know you have done some biology, isn't it? Eh? So, but again, there is that thing they call malnutrition. Malnutrition in Swahili is called the utapiamlo. You know, utapiamlo is because people in Tanzania, when you are having a problem, you sleep. That's dosing. So some children, when they have malnutrition, they tend to sleep a lot. They are weak and so on. So it's just about it's about deficiency, imbalance in terms of nutrition you take. But it can affect all people of all ages. Yeah. So you see, you have marasmus. These are things which you have done in secondary school. I'm just taking you back to remember why you studied those things, and you saw to you lawyers are not very important, but now they're coming back to you. Yes, you know when you're in school, you say, what do you want all of this? No. So marasmus, basically, this is because people don't take in a lot of calories. They lack the energy. Whereas when you look at kwashiorkor is just protein, is a problem. Those are some of the characteristics you can see in your children, which maybe you have to avoid. That's why he talked about that when you are going to have a baby, really, I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, for you ladies who are still active in reproduction systems, you have to first eat well to prepare for the baby so that the baby lands in a fertile land. The moment you are emaciated, also the baby comes out emaciated. The baby feeds on you. So the nutrient of the mother will tell the nutrition status of what? The children. You get a point? So, and we husbands, you have to make sure the food is available. These ladies, they need the food. You can tell the lady eat well, but the food is not there. That's all nutrition. So please, let's look at that. Other nutrition is about the body does not get enough nutrient or calories to meet its needs. And basically, this is not in weight loss, muscle wasting. You have seen people are wasted. You have seen Ethiopia. You have seen it in Palestine. Children are wasted because they don't get enough food. You have seen how they're fighting on the tracks to get the food. All this is the problem. So, and nutrition is about that. There's no growth, started growth. Abaganda bagambo mwana yakona, isn't it? Yakonziba. Those are things people use. But it's because of what? Undernutrition. And usually remember that word poverty is the one which is the biggest problem. If you have the resources, You can't make your child get malnourished, isn't it? So overnutrition is a problem for all of us. People, there's a lot of food in Uganda, I'm happy about that. And we really will have to eat it, isn't it? But how much do you eat? Overeating is the biggest problem. You eat more than we need, isn't it? And for me, I tell you, at home, the moment the wife put the food on the plate, I don't take another food. Whatever my sitting won't get it. That's my nature. But the moment the food is available in your face, you always eat it, isn't it? Because the eyes are the one to confuse it. You take it more, take it more, take it more. You don't communicate the stomach, isn't it? Those are the challenges I've seen around. And you know, overeating is food waste. You know that. You eat more than what you are required, which means that food is wasted. It would have been eaten by another person. So there's that problem of overeating. And then another challenge you have here, consumption of highly processed foods. We the parents, we are a part of it. You go to the supermarket, especially when children are going back to school. What do we buy for the children? Coca-Cola, snacks, biscuit. You look at somebody's trailer, it's full of very junk foods. So there is a problem we have with consumption of high processed foods. And it's a sedentary kind of life is because, you know, we are becoming maybe a middle world there. Everything we need, we sit in the cars, in the office, you have television, you don't think of doing an exercise. So that one's also a problem. So the diseases which are going to accumulate are obesity, the hearts are going to have problems, diabetes is going to come there, hypertension, all that fat which we eat is a problem for our bodies. So what we need to do is to make sure that we think about a balanced diet. A balanced diet is one whereby everything the nutrients require are in balance, they're in right proportion. There is no excess. Actually here, if you go so much into nutrition, there's what they call my plate. I didn't put a picture of my plate, but my plate is saying that half of your plate should be fruits and vegetables. And then the other portion is they take a lot of fat, a lot of energy and something like that. So the biggest portion will be what? Fruits. But nobody does that. When you see meat, you take a lot of meat, isn't it? Yeah? So a healthy diet is required so that you provide the essential nutrients to support the growth of the body health, but it must be low in sugar, salt, and unhealthy fats. That's a healthy diet, which is low in sugar, salt, and unhealthy fats, and other additives. We talked about the additives a bit. The non-sweetened beverages, they put a lot of artificial sweeteners. But they also have a problem. Some of them have been actually removed from the list of sweeteners in Europe, but for us, we are still using them because we don't have a system which can track everything. UNBS is doing a lot, but we need to strengthen UNBS to do surveillance. If we don't do that, there's a big problem. So in Uganda, there are many sources of nutrients. I'm just going to take through the diets you eat, and which are very good, but again, there's a lot of stuff. Everybody knows that, isn't it? Chapati. Chapati is a big problem nowadays. The youth love it. Chapati has a lot of what? A lot of salt, isn't it? It has a lot of oil, isn't it? And it has a lot of carbs, carbohydrate. But this is what we eat most of the time. So there's that big challenge there. So in terms of defining food, a food is anything you eat or you drink. The word drink to provide nutritional support to your body. And for pleasure, I told you people eat food for pleasure. That's why I tell people, is it necessary to eat every day? Is it necessary to eat every day? Tell me the reason. Actually, is it necessary to eat every day? No, the answer is no. For us married people, the challenge we have are women, our wives. They make food every day. And if you don't eat the food, or eat the wa, you see, that's a problem we have. But if you have somebody who understands nutrition, she has to understand. Men cook, but do you cook? Do you cook at home? Oh, you are like me. Thanks God for that. Yes. Men don't cook, I'm telling the truth. An African man does not cook. And that was embedded in his head. You know that? Exactly. Let's unlearn so that we cook. But for me, what I've done, I'm telling the truth at home. My boys know how to cook. Actually, I have a daughter now, is growing, now is 16. But she started cooking around 5. She could cook, even up to now. The wife, what she does, hey, Masai, make the food. The girl cooks everything. So we have to teach our children to cook also. Either man or a girl. That's very important. So these are kind of the foods we eat. But I know all of us will have chicken, isn't it? You see the chicken. When the party has no chicken, there's a problem. But chicken, the way they fry it is also a problem, isn't it? You will see later on. So the nutrients which we require in the body are protein, carbohydrate, and fat. Which are right fats, which are right carbs, are right protein. And then the mineral and vitamin. These are supporting the body, generally speaking. Protein, they are for bodybuilding, that one all of you know. Carbs to provide the energy, and the fat is just to smoothen you and also give what? Energy. You know, ladies have a lot of fat than men in most cases. That's why their skin is small. But fat provides energy. Actually, when you are under stress, like in the wars there you see in Palestine, why children are emaciating? Because they are using the fat in their body to provide the energy. So they have to emaciate. If the fat disappears, kaput, you die. So the sources of protein, these are the foods which I'm showing you, so that you know we have everything in the country. You see the beans and the seeds, the nuts, and the meat and fish. All these are here. Then you look at common beans we eat in Uganda, the soya, cowpea, millet. Some people, they think millet does not have protein. It has also protein. So, and then other animal sources, people eat beef for protein. Also the milk is there. That animal which I don't understand so much also contains protein. The mutton, the goat, the chicken, the ducks, and the insects. You know, nowadays insects are becoming a big deal all over the world. I saw the other time on the TV people eating ebisanyi. You know ebisanyi? Yes. You know, in China they eat lizards. You know, in Cameroon they eat cats. You know, all those things have protein. Yeah, and then on the side of the micronutrients, the micronutrients, which are small things in the body in the foods, they are very important for mothers who are pregnant. They are also good for the bones and also side. Vitamin A, all of us know vitamin A. Whenever you eat a cowpea, papaya, you know, you have vitamin A from there. It's good for your sight. And then the iron is good for ladies and also for us men. There's the hemoglobin to move the blood around the body. We need the iron. And also you see zinc is very good for mothers. When you are pregnant, they tell you take zinc. Why? You want your immunity. We know when you are pregnant, the immunity goes down. So they want you to boost your immunity. Zinc is very good for immunity. And also the calcium is good for bones. You eat so that the bones they don't become what? Very weak. And then the carbohydrate you get from every day. And I know the problem I have here are the buffets we eat. Sorry. The buffets we eat is a problem. You go to a buffet, you find more carbohydrate, isn't it? There is a juni, carbohydrate. There is kaunga, carbohydrate. There is matoke, carbohydrate. There is rice, carbohydrate. And our eyes are telling us, please pick everything. That's a problem. Can you eat one carb? And that's what you're supposed to do. But you end up eating a lot of carb unknowingly. And because the food environment, the food around you, it's because it's composed of that. You may not have another alternative. So the food we eat usually contains of carbs. But carbohydrates is divided into mono and polysaccharides. The sugars you eat fresh, the candies, the juices, most of them are composed of monosaccharides. And then the wheat, the rice, most of us we eat a lot of rice, isn't it? And rice is becoming the biggest diet in most of the houses, isn't it? Most of the houses they consume a lot of rice and the kaunga. And these are all carbs. And if you want to reduce some weight, stop eating the rice. That's the truth. I stopped eating rice at home. The wives can eat, but for me, I don't eat it. So other sources which are also very good, which I've told you find also on the buffets. You have matoke, you have cassava, sweet potato, yams, all those things you see them there. The kalo is common in Western. It provides a lot of carbs also. The fruits which they tell you, please eat a lot of them. People don't want to buy them because they are expensive, isn't it? The cost is there. Especially now when it comes to organic and conventional farming, you find things are changing. Organic products are very, very expensive because you assume they don't have any residue chemicals which are dangerous to the body. But sometimes you go back and ask, is this really organic? When you look at the system, the other thing you can penetrate either from the soil you grow, not tested. But we have a lot of fruits in Uganda of which you can use and consume a lot of them so that you can maintain a good health. All those one around the market, isn't it? Cabbage is good for the kidney, isn't it? But the cabbage has a problem. They spray a lot, isn't it? That's a challenge. But when you eat cabbage, it's good for the kidney. It clears the kidney, but the problem is how they grow it with a lot of chemicals. And the problem was also the consumers. We want things which are fresh from the garden, isn't it? And these guys who sell in the market, they know if they see some residue droplets of these chemicals, they think they were picked yesterday. And you buy that. But taking chemicals in your household, isn't it? So people stop buying tomatoes which have those droplets. They are dangerous. When you take them, first put them in water for some time, in salt water, then you reduce the problems. So we have our friend fat. Everybody wants fat, isn't it? People fly at home, isn't it? And the source of fat are those. You have the oil, which Mokwano makes, Bidiko, and others from Saudi Arabia. I've seen all those coming here, isn't it? A lot of oil is coming from Saudi Arabia. Very clean, but very dangerous. If you use it excessively. You have seeds. Oil from the seeds, I think the best. The nuts, the ground nuts, the best. Also sunflower. It's very good. But the challenge with the ground nuts is the way we handle them. You end up having aflatoxin in the ground nuts, isn't it? Which again is a problem to health. So post-harvest handling of this grain is very, very important. The meat is very good, also providing fat. And also the milk, Jessa, fresh dairies, all those, you can get the what? The fat. But also fat can come from plants. You have soybeans, sesame, sunflower, groundnut, cereal, and maize. And maize, do you know that maize has fat? You can produce fat oil from maize germ. That small bit which grows. Other companies, they extract oil from. That's why you say corn oil. That corn oil does not come from the endosperm. It comes from that small thing which germinates. Maybe here there's something you see that man in the corner there, the point, I don't know where it is. With the groundnuts they sell, this is a common thing people sell along the street and so on. It would have been very good, I'll tell you the truth, because it's also minerals, good oil, but the way they handle it is our biggest challenge. And we have been thinking about, we talked about street vended foods. We are trying to make sure that at least, if the law is there, nobody is supposed to vend groundnuts in open, isn't it? There should be packaged. You get the point? This guy who scoops, people usually tell me they go to the toilet, but where they leave their groundnuts? They go with them because they fear people will scoop themselves without paying. So they expose to environment which is not very clean. So if the law is there and the industry is supportive, they can package the groundnut. You find them packaged. They can vendor them packaged. You see, this guy is unhygienic, but you are buying unknowingly, isn't it? So these are some of the challenges we have. But the food is good. So then now we got I said that we have nutrients, but in terms of excess, they cause problem. So the nutrients of concern we are talking about here are basically salt, sugar, fat, and sweeteners. So in terms of nutrition, we say it's good for the body, to support growth, and also prevent disease. But the nutrients which are like sodium and fat and sugar, they need to be regulated in most of our products we have on the market. There's no law which is doing that. in Uganda. Yeah? And the people produce products without knowing. And the Ugandan, they told me they have a sweet taste. They love sweet things, which is very bad again, because it's causing people in industry to manufacture products which are sweetened. Even when you make juice at home, do you put sugar there? Why do you put sugar there? All the sugar in the juice, but you want that taste of sweetness, isn't it? That's why I want sugar there. But how much do you add there? The recommendation for that per day. So we are going to look at the problem associated with salt, fat, and sugar. And there's a habit of people, even the hotel, they bring you salt. You know that, And you start sprinkling, I call it direct injection, You put salt directly in the food and then you consume. That's very dangerous, but people don't know. So the implications are, for example, salt has been actually associated with the heart problem. Too much salt is not good for your body, I'm telling the truth. You end up having heart diseases. And also, there's what they call kidney problem. The kidney does the job of purifying, to remove the toxic materials, isn't it? But you overwork it by taking too much salt, sodium, ammonium. If you take much salt, you overwork the kidney. And the problem, sodium, because the body does not want it, it tries to remove it, and that's a stress you put on what? On the kidney. But in the process of removing the sodium, also the calcium goes with it. So you end up with the osteoporosis. The bones become spongy. When you break, there's no what? Coming together again. That's because of the salt. For me, I don't eat salt. The food has enough salt. When I was in Tanzania, when I was studying, for all the 4 years, I didn't take salt. And we are eating chakula cha wagonjwa, I mean the food for the sick. They think that if you don't take salt, you are sick. But it's okay, but take a little bit of it. Yeah. So, stop the salt on your eggs. I know everybody loves salt on the egg, isn't it? It has become a culture that if you are eating the egg, you have to put their salt. But the egg has enough salt, isn't it? You test the egg is salty, isn't it? You don't need salt on the egg, but because you see your friend is putting, and also you put. And also because it's provided by the hotel, also you put it there. But you learn to refuse. I tell people, learn to refuse food. When you see food, does not mean eat it. You can say no to eating food. Yes. It's like a man who are drinking the beer. Can you learn to say not drinking? You can say beer with a lot of sweat. Can you say not to eat? That's how you start moving away from those habits a bit and bit. So what the organization has recommended you to take sodium only 200 milligrams per day. That's around 5 grams or 1 teaspoon. You will see that more. So quit salt. That's what I'm saying. Don't take the salt. Salt is dangerous. Yeah. So fat is good. Everybody wants fried things. When you don't fry, the husband is not happy, isn't it? Mom, it works able to, but you can eat without. People like frying eggs, isn't it? But you can use water to make an egg, isn't it? So these are things which are very, very important. So micronutrient, which is fat, basically fat. I don't know how many of you did the biology here. Just put up the hand. I know in O level you did. O level, I'm not taking you out. O level, that's where I want it. I not HSC, but O level. I know when you grow up, you say, I'm not taking biology, you leave it, I'm going for history, economics, and so on. How many of you did biology? What are fatty acids? They say they have forgotten. So this information is very, very important for us as we grow. Actually, for me, I discovered that anything you learn in the future is very, very important. But by that time you are studying, you don't see the value. Yes. So the fat is composed of fatty acids and glycerol. How many of you know glycerol or glycerol? Some of you put it in there, it's on the skin, isn't it? Huh? So these things are not set for granted. You keep the knowledge in the head, one day you use it. Basically, fat is good because fat it provides energy, isn't it? That's what all of you know. 1 gram of fat provides 9 kilograms of what? Kilocalories of what? Energy. And the fat is also good in the body to protect the organs, isn't it? You know that. That's biology now. And the fat is also good to make the skin smooth, isn't it? That's why guys who are footballers, their skin is hard. There's no single fat there. So fat is good for that. But also fat is very important when it comes to vitamins, which are fat soluble. You know, usually when I'm looking at vegetables, it's very balanced. Should I use oil or no oil? Because some of the fat is very important for vitamin A, D, E to get absorbed in the body, isn't it? So you need some fat when you are making your vegetable. But how much do you put there? And what type of fat do you use? If you go for Blue Band, maybe a bit of a risk. Maybe you go for margarine, maybe a risk. But maybe I go for sunflower oil, maybe a bit fine. So these are things you have to balance around. Science, but I'm not going to do the science, but just to you to understand that fat is a composed of saturated fat and non-saturated fat, and this polysaturated fat. The fat which we are really concerned with here are the fat which are saturated. You know, this is a chemistry. When you look at the fat or the oil, they have bonds. They have bonds. A single bond, double bond. But in actual sense, the body must be single for things to be saturated, isn't it? But most of the fats are unsaturated, which are very good. But the moment they become polysaturated, then they become very bad. And the industry, what it does, it takes the oils which are unsaturated, and then it makes them saturated by hydrogenation. They add a hydrogen in the bond. This sounds very difficult to understand, but appreciate that the fat which is good is the one which is what? Unsaturated. That's the oil found in plants and the nuts and the seed and the fish. And usually the fat which is good is a liquid. Not those Blue Band, not those margarine. Those are all bad fat. So oil from corn, from sunflower are the best. The trans, I told you, these unhealthy fat, and there is a World Health Organization control value for that. And that's a fat you find in most of our foods. How many of you bake? What type of fat do you use, ma'am? The solid one, you eat it every day in cakes. Yeah, it's a lot in cakes. Mostly in cakes, that's where the problem is. Yeah, and cakes are very sweet, isn't it? Which means they contain of what? The sugar, isn't it? So you are combining, and some of the cakes, they add there some salt, isn't it? So you see the problem, you combine salt, you combine fat, you combine salt in one product. And these are all unhealthy nutrients. So you create a problem. So that's what I've been telling. All of us will buy that at home, isn't it? We love it smell on the bread. But eating it is not bad, but the exposure, how much do you eat? Is it every day? That's a question. But for our children, you do them bad. Because without that, the baby will cry. Don't want to eat the bread because there's no Blue Band. Daddy, today the Blue Band is not there, buy. And you go to the shop and you buy. But there's a problem with that. And you have a tendency of using Blue Band to put in your food. You get something and put in your food to eat, so that becomes nice, isn't it? So these are all dangerous behaviors. So, what you are telling you, avoid products with more than 2 grams of saturated fat. That's why you see they label the fat or nutritional labeling, is to alert the consumer that this product contains such amount of fat. But are they able to calculate the fatty content in that material so that they are able to know in order to eat not beyond what's recommended? I'll eat such a grams of this product. They don't do that. So the nutritional labeling is for the consumer concern. to make sure that people know the meaning of what? The label. It's a bit very difficult to know. All of you have seen this. Do you put any meaning on it? Eh? Nobody puts a meaning on it. They just, oh, they contain 10 grams of cholesterol, oh, sodium 10 grams, oh, carbohydrate 0. But is it within the limit which is recommended by WHO? No. Some of them are dangerous. So what the Health Organization says, the intake of fat should be less than 30% of the total energy intake. That one you have to calculate from what? From the nutrition label. So that you prove that. If you don't know how to calculate, you always eat all of it. And you'll be doing it injustice to yourself. So some of the problem also of excessive fat, all of you know. You know a burger looks beautiful, isn't it? Everybody when looks at a burger, yes, I'm going for the burger. I tell you, I've never eaten a burger in my life. I was in America, I see Americans eat them a lot, but I've never tasted it. Why? Because of, I know that combustion there is dangerous. They put vegetable there to confuse you. Yes, but the rest of material is bad, isn't it? There's beef there, there's salty, there's fat, and there's cheese. Those are a big problem. But they confuse you when you say, I need a burger. The problem now, you see, there's a difference between those two ladies. You see them in the corner there. The problem of fat, you can see it. You can see my friend here, the Muzungu man, he's still having a problem with the pizza. All of us will have pizza. The pizza is a problem to us, but we don't know. The pizza contains what? Contains cheese, it's salty fat. It contains what? It contains meat. It contains what? Salt. And it contains what? Wheat. All these are big problem foods, isn't it? So how much do you eat? If you eat a pizza every day, my friend, yeah, you'll be like that man. You see that man, he was jogging. You see where he's touching. What do you think happened to that guy? You can be walking and the stroke gets you. Actually, one of the signals for stroke is the pain in the chest. When you feel there's pain in the chest when you walk a lot, then you know there's a danger coming. So you have to go to the doctor and then you advise you accordingly. So that guy was walking and then he started collapsing. Oh, I'm dying. The wife now is the one struggling. The problem you have it in Uganda. KFC is here, isn't it? Everybody loves KFC, isn't it? Nobody passes KFC. KFC has what? Has wheat? KFC has what? Fat? KFC has what? Salt. Those are the big problem. And everybody loves. I know I've been to KFC. There's a bucket 12 pieces. There's a bucket 12 pieces. And now I've seen you can negotiate. You can negotiate with them and say maybe 2 pieces. They will tell you 15,000, 17, and you buy. They have a method of doing that. There's I love is it what? I love chicken. What is it called? Chicken. I like chicken. What is it? There's something like that. So all these are big problems for us, and our children are dying from this. That I want. You know, I was along Tebe Road. When they opened that KFC, traffic was there was too much. And I said I'll never go to KFC anytime until the traffic goes off. Now there's nobody going there. You know, Ugandans have a lot of heat. When something is new, we tend to grab there very fast. That's a challenge you have. And you know, the KFCs and the advertising is a big problem for us. The advertisement is making us eat what we don't want to eat. You look at this man here, the Kanyama. He's telling you, eat a lot of chips, eat a lot of cheese, eat a lot of blue band, eat a lot of... So that you become muscular. Many wants you have muscles, isn't it? But you eat this for years and years, you'll never be like that man. Maybe using some steroids to get those muscles. But the advertisement is confusing us. And on top of that, you see that man there who knows that footballer. You know that guy? He's called Balotelli. He's an Italian. Remember when he scored a goal in Man City, he said, why me? Now you see the advertisement that if you eat KFC, you'll be like a Balotelli. So the younger guys, you give them money to go out. They will eat that chicken. You think they one day they become like that guy. That's misleading advertisement. And on top of that, whenever to go to KFC, there's Coca-Cola. What is composed of Coca-Cola? Sugars, isn't it? Nobody takes KFC without Coca-Cola, isn't it? In America, I was in Kentucky, where the KFC started. There, you go to KFC, you buy KFC, the Coca-Cola is free. You don't pay. You can drink Fanta, Mirinda, Sprite, and you combine. That's a problem, you see. That's why you see Americans have a big problem. Eh? So if you do this in Kampala, I say, you bring problem. Yeah, so we have a big problem. There are many advertisements you see which are misleading us. One advertisement, you know this, is it that kid, the singing kid, the younger boy who sings? Fresh Kid. They advertise that Fresh Kid on Coca-Cola, isn't it? But that's a problem for children. All the children will think, oh, it's okay to drink Coca-Cola because maybe one day I'll be like, hey, Fresh Kid. You put a disease in your children by your advertisement. So how can we do away with such kind of advertisement, you lawyers? Is by having a law, a policy, a regulation, so that they don't advertise those stuff. That's not there in the country. We are trying to fix it with effort, so that will make it. But you lawyers, it will come to you and you put your language and make sure that it works. So we need to do that. We chase away all the advertisement. Because look at the way Ugandans, you know, you see Nairo, you say big bottle of Nairo, eh? It's a big, very big one, Nairo. What does it tell us? Please drink. Drink is okay. Eh? Which is not true. So now you go to sugar. Sugar, everybody loves sugar. We have enough sugar in the body, isn't it? If you don't take what? The sugar which is refined. Foods can provide enough sugar if you eat them. But this one is the Mzungu man who made it so that he can colonize our mind that you need that sugar. We don't need it really. Yeah. How many of you take tea without sugar? So how do you feel? You get used to it actually. Especially when you have, you tend to put there the spices. If you use spices, then you start taking tea without sugar. Yeah, you know Ugandan have that taste. So I talked about the juices at home. You can combine juices actually and make them very sweet. Let me give you an example. If you want to have your juice sweet, one, get beetroot. That will give you a nice color, natural, isn't it? Then get a pineapple. Eh? That is sugar, natural. Then get passion fruit to give you a nice flavor, isn't it? And make that combination. You love the juice. No sugar added. Completely nothing. So let's learn how to make juices at home. Eh? Everything we have actually. Everything we have. You don't need to buy Coca-Cola at home. But only challenge you have to have is patience. It's not easy to make the juices. Time you take is the problem for most of the households. The Coca-Cola is easy in power, isn't it? But the juice can take 2 hours. For me, I make a juice, but I need 3 hours. Yeah. Yeah, 3 hours making maybe 5 liter or 10 liters. Because I go through hygienic way of doing it. The knives, I wash them from time to time. I don't want anybody to be near me actually. The sink, the water is sterilized, everything. When I make my juice, it can stay for a week without adding any additive. And it's good. So you can learn to do that. So let's move away from sugar. So we have 2 types of sugar, the natural sugar and the added sugar. Added sugar is one you're complaining of, isn't it? We should minimize that. And where do we find added sugar? In our juices, in our fruits and vegetable concentrates. We have cakes, we have talked about that. And a lot of all those products you saw in the market in Uganda, the strawberry, the milk products, you see them nowadays, made by Jessa, they are all sugar. They have added sugar there. They combine the sugar, they combine the fat, which is dangerous for the children, isn't it? But for us, we don't know. We just buy for them. Some people have a theory about honey. Honey is good. Honey is good. Honey is bad. Yeah, I'm telling you the truth because it's also sugar. But there's that thinking in the mentality of people, when I take honey, I'm taking good sugar. No. it has also the problem. It's added sugar. It has to be controlled. How much sugar do you take? When you look at those soft drinks, the number of spoons which are, for example, 5 grams is what you take in those drinks. If a small spoon is 5 grams, when you look at those sugars, is what you take, isn't it? Different sugars have different what? Concentration. I mean, different juices have different concentration. For sportsmen, yeah, there's a lot which is required, which is okay. Maybe they can act a lot and they dispatch it off. But if you have a sedentary life, you go home and watch TV, newspaper, it's a problem. Yeah. Water has nothing. The only problem is water, not the source. You may take contaminated water, water with heavy metal, water with virus, and you got nobody tests virus. I think they do, but there are virus in water, which all of us will drink, but maybe the body can handle. Not much work has been done in that direction of virus in water, but there's virus in the water. Oh, the pointer is there, I've seen. Excessive intake of sugar automatically overs obese, isn't it? Overweight. The problem is also for children. Children, you know, they're very difficult. They don't brush. After eating the sugar, they think they can't sleep. It's the mother to struggle so much to make can't brush your tooth before you sleep. Otherwise, you'll be going to the dentist all the time. And the cause is what? Is sugar. So sugar can be a problem in terms of obesity, diabetes, and also and excessive consumption. You know, there's what insulin. You know insulin. Insulin is like a hormone, an enzyme, a liquid which controls the blood sugar. The moment it becomes less and less, then you are able to develop what? Diabetes. But when your body is working normally, it can handle. But you can overload it. It doesn't do the job. The more you take, the more you develop what? Insulin resistance. That it's no longer able to control what? The sugar in your body. So you need to do what? To inject in your insulin all the time. You have seen those people doing that. So it's because of the excess consumption of what? Sugar. The problem of heart diseases, we talked about them, also associated with that. So you have seen people with diabetes, they suffer a lot. One of the signals for diabetes is non-healing of your wounds. If you have the wound and it takes the months to heal, know that there is a problem. Because the body can heal within a week or days. But you have seen people, they get a wound and it says a man, oh, but it has refused to go. No, it's a signal that there's a problem. So what we are saying, the only way to do that is to make sure that you avoid the sugary material, you manage your food, you manage what you are eating. So what you are advocating, and automatically you guys were lawyers, we advocate for such products. But the problem we have is being truthful. Somebody can say no added sugar, and actually there's added sugar. But you need to do the testing, and also you need to do the surveillance of products on the market. If you can do that, then you are able to catch guys who are telling a lie. But if you don't do that, there's a big problem. So most of the products would love to have no sugar. You have seen juice from South Africa, Ceres, they say no sugar, but you have to make sure you believe with that. So what is Uganda doing? We are not seated. We are working hard to make sure that things move. We are moving that direction of cancelling the sugar from our products. So how are we doing it? We have done some work on nutritional profiling. We have moved around the country, looked at the products which are sent in the supermarket. We looked at the salt, we looked at the sugar, we looked at the sweetener, caffeine, and so on. And we found that most of the products they are selling, they are in excess of the nutrients of concern. And the consumer not aware. That's a big problem. So by doing this, you are helping people to understand which foods contain the amount of those which are not good for the body. That's why you are doing what? The nutritional profile. Uganda is doing it, and we are still in the process of completing that. This is about what the nutritional profile does. It's just a tool for controlling public health, and we need it. Now the bullet there, the nutrient of concern you see up there, the salt, the trans fat. We need to warn the consumers that our food contains this. But in order to do that, you have to work with the manufacturers to put a label which warns them that my product, you see me here, I have high fat. Me, as you see me here, I have high salt. Me, as you see me here, I have high carbs. So that the consumer buys the product and he can modulate how much of it he can consume. We are warning the consumer. We don't take the product out of the market, but we are telling the consumer that the food you are eating, if you overeat it in excess, it contains a lot of excess of the non-wanted nutrients. Then you have a problem. So there's what they call, these are WHO. These are values from WHO, which you are put into our nutritional profile, that every day the free sugar should not be more than 10% of the product. Sodium, 1 milligram. Fat, we talked about 30%. And then saturated fat, which are single bond, not more than 10%. And the trans, which have been hydrogenated, not more than what? 1%. That is the way we are supposed to go. And all the manufacturers must indicate that their product is within that. The moment the product is above those levels, it has to put a signal that I'm bad, please take care. The moment it's okay within, then you leave it green. We'll see that. This one is a complicated thing because I wanted you to understand how do you calculate in order to come up with a warning label. These are nutritional profile that when you look at the nutritional factor on the product, then you are able to calculate and say this product is above or below. That's why I told you the nutritional labeling, it does not help the consumer. The consumer must have the knowledge of reading this. The moment it's not able to read this, it's not able to identify which products are bad. So these are things you have seen on the product nowadays. They are warning you, for example, you see that red is saying, hey, ladies and gentlemen, I'm high in what? In sugar. The moment there's red color, you get an alarm. But the green one is saying, okay, you can take me, I have no problem. So how much of that you are going to eat if you don't want much energy or sugar, you control, because the label is saying I'm high into this. One day may believe it as a consumer. So these have been done in different countries. It's not us only in Uganda who are thinking about that. Ecuador, Iran, Sri Lanka, United Kingdom, Israel, Mexico, Peru, they're all doing it. They're warning their consumers. But for us here, our products are not labeled like that. We are just entering into the system. You see, low fat, low saturated fat, high in sugar, medium salt. But medium salt is not also very good. We would have to be green, isn't it? So those on front pack warning are very, very important for us, so that we are able to identify which products are high in total sugar, high fat, and trans and sodium, so that we prevent the non-communicable diseases. So these are very important. That's where the government should go. That's where we need you lawyers, so that if the law comes in, we can say this is what you are supposed to do, and you support it. So you have seen on your policy. This is the warning. I'm high in sugar, I'm high in fat, I'm high in salt. So such a product, you just run away from it, isn't it? You don't buy it. In Uganda, we don't have such thing on our Coca-Cola, isn't it? You have seen Coca-Cola cans. They don't have any signal. And it's manufactured by our companies here. Can this company be forced to put that label? If the law is there, they will do it. But if there is no law, they can't. Isn't it? If he doesn't put there, which law have you put so that he can be held responsible? You see yogurt, all the yogurt you eat here, it does not indicate that I'm high in fat, I'm high in sugar, isn't it? For you just hammer. Huh? That's a problem. Huh? So these are some of the things you can use. You see, this is a traffic light, you tell you I'm high, I'm medium, I'm low, and you take response for your purchases. What you want the industry to do is to reformulate. When the law comes in, we want the industry to formulate their products. All products which are high in sugar, they should be within the recommended levels by you, what is this organization. The table I have showed you there. It's a process which we need to take, but it has to be backed by the law or regulation. If the regulation is not there, there's no way. You won't even see those signals there that I'm not sugar, I'm free, I'm low. No, you never see them. But if the law is there, we're able to do that so that we can protect our consumer and make them have a preferential choice. We don't want the price to go away, but tell the consumer. And don't worry about the elements. Now again, you have what they call a food-based diet guideline. This one is basically to tell people that you are supposed to eat such nutrient. Even the salt you are complaining of, the fat, the sugar are all indicated into the guideline. This has been developed, but we are still moving towards that. But these are just objective. It's just to make sure that people are able to maintain well-being or good health. Recommendations are there actually here. When you look at the nutrition guideline, we are developing them in such a way that you consider all the people, different life cycles. The young, the elderly, the youth, all of them have different energy needs. So we have been doing that. Those are some of the elements because you have been asking, what recommendations are given? For healthy living, recommendations have been given along those lines. How much do you need of starchy food, vegetable, legumes, meat and fish, milk, sugar, condiments, highly processed food, and salt? All those things are there in that guideline. So now you come here, you are the lawyers, you are talking about food law and standard and regulation. These are the ones which govern the food. But in Uganda, I told you we don't have what? A food law. And actually, when you look at the law, there is no legal definition for safe. As I told you, there is no safe food. That's why they're not defining anything safe. Yeah, you eat food on risk. So the law is there to protect the public, isn't it? Inform the consumers. Protect against fraud. If there's no food law, anybody can put a product in the market. And there is no basis when you are going to call that guy's product fraud, isn't it? So fair trade is there and also protect the environment. The law covers all those areas. If you are going to make a good law, you have to think of those areas. First of all, you may think, is the law ethical? Does it fit within the social environment? So law is connected in that way. You have a food law and regulation. We need the government. The government is maybe you and me, and the consumer, me, you and me, and the industry, the people who are not here, who we are going to make sure that they understand their regulation and make sure they comply. And then the universities, me and others, they're supposed to come up and do research to support the law. Because the law is based on evidence. There's no way you can set a law without evidence. So we need to do that. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear Professor, for enlightening the participants here on the nutrients of critical concern. I know we are blessed with your presentation and technical input to see that we understand issues of feeding for ourselves and also the people we care for. I will propose that if we have any questions for Professor, we'll note them down, and I invite my second presenter, our second presenter for today. Then we'll have the plenary after the second presentation. The second presenter for today's session is Professor Ben Twinomugisha, who is presenting on food trade, neoliberalism, and uncommunicable diseases. Professor Ben Twinomugisha is a retired freelancer law teacher. Sorry, I'll go again. Professor Ben Twinomugisha is a retired freelancer teacher of the law. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Professor Ben Twinomugisha. Someone's going. So.
Good morning. Kind of pleased we have heard from Professor Muyanja, our colleague at Makerere. Yeah, please, let's because you see, he has talked about, we are going to talk about non-communicable diseases. You know, they are rampant, cardiovascular diseases, the cancers of all types, obesity, overweight, etc. And apart from the food he has talked about, one of the ways to fight this thing which he has and others is exercise. So we are going to do just physical arms. Okay? Just give us space. Okay? Okay, let's start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Okay? So just tell your neighbors how you very much. So we need the one, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bonus, you know?
So good morning, friends. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. I think I've interacted with most of you, especially those who have gone through Makerere University, where I have been since 1986 up to end of May this year, coming to almost 39 years. I have served there, and that's why I call myself a retired freelance teacher. But soon maybe I will be a retired Munyacharo. Hey, you man, how are you? I'm happy to see you. So thank you, Professor Muyanja, for laying that background. Most of the things he has talked about are in that folder. Very interesting. So we are going to have a brief chat, just a few slides, on neoliberalism, rights to adequate food, and non-communicable diseases. So we have three major variables there. One is neoliberalism, the right to adequate food, and non-communicable diseases. If I was to talk about each variable, then maybe we would need about 20 contact hours. So I will just want to talk about a few issues, especially given that most of the background information has been given by Professor Muyanja. So the non-communicable diseases, which are also known as chronic diseases, are a result of a combination of genetic, physiological, environmental, and behavioral factors. When they are genetic, you may not do much. Christians talk about cutting generational curses. Maybe it works. But when it is genetic, you have only to do some activities that will reduce that problem. The environmental and especially the behavioral factors. Professor Mayanja has told you, and as lawyers, I know, because I practiced law from 1988 to 2017, when I decided to close my law firm. There's a tendency of us leading a sedentary life. And in the evening, you are on a rusania of pork, some other meats. Lawyers, like medical doctors, drink a lot, and across gender. So those are behavioral factors. Smoking. Just sitting in office, you are not doing exercise. And you don't need a lot. I do 9 kilometers per day. Even before I came here, I did 9 kilometers. I walk from my home in Chambog, I go to Nambole every day. But you don't need that. 30 minutes only. And the way you can do it in your office is that create breaks. You have been on your computer, whether it's a desktop or a laptop. Make it a habit after 1 hour. Walk around for even 5 minutes. Then you can have these watches we have for exercise, so that you can have your 5,000-10,000 steps at the end of the day. Those of you who are married, you may say, my wife does not do an exercise. If she is a traditional wife, as Professor Mayanja has been saying. But the domestic work they perform, when you combine it, when you amalgamate that work, women do a lot of work at home. A lot of work, domestic work. So the men, if you are to avoid the tummy, if you are to avoid the cabina, the huge cabina, if you know. I'm happy to see Dr. Kabanda. Thank you for maintaining that weight. Dr. Kabanda was one of the pioneers of a subject I started in Makerere Health and the Law. And I'm happy the work he did at Center for Health, Human Rights and Development, an organization he started with Moses Mulumba, and which has grown heavily. And this effort, you may not know the impact you are having, but it's great. The moment the food and nutrition law is passed with the necessary amendments we are pushing, with the necessary content we are pushing, then it's a lot. I know with CERTIN you have done a lot of work with biosafety, these other modified organisms, the food, GMOs, etc. So behavioral factors are very critical. Heart diseases are becoming a problem with people, strokes. And the moment, for example, you get some feeling of like pain, sharp pain, do not ignore that. If you travel and you are like my age, or even above 50 or 40, have in your travel bag some junior aspirin. You never know what will happen, what we call blood thinners, because our bodies are becoming problematic. Get used to physical exercise. I'm 66 years, but I have energy. By grace of God, I run. So you do that. I don't drink alcohol, of course. That's another challenge with lawyers. Lawyers, they drink spirits, shake their heads, and I say, why do you shake your head now? Is it demonic? What could be the problem? So, cancers of all types, cervical cancer, breast cancer, now even breast cancer for men, or esophagus cancer, you've been reading about that, lung cancer, pancreatic cancer, testicular cancer, penile cancer, ovarian cancers. Cancers have become too much. There are too many. I don't know what's happening. When I was growing up, to hear somebody with cancer in my language called a kokoro. It was rare. But now every day you hear of cancer, colorectal cancer. We don't do colonoscopies. Okay? Cancer of the mouth. I don't know what's happening. Professor Mayanja, you are doing very good in food science. It's something we need to investigate. And incidental, apart from the cancers, impotence, partial impotence among men. Hey, I'm talking about serious things. Low sperm counts. That's why fertility centers are making good money. Those ones of IVF, intraviral fertilization, assisted reproductive technology, making a lot of money. You find that you are bringing the woman that she's the one who is infertile, but you are sitting on a problem. Your sperm count is so low, or the sperms are so weak that they cannot swim the ovum. So men, please check yourselves. The mere fact that you erect does not mean that you are okay. Don't continue putting the blame on the woman when you have the challenges of having children. The men, the food we eat, the drinks we take, and the risky lifestyle we engage in are becoming challenging. So in 2021, these non-communicable diseases killed 43 million people globally. We have talked about tobacco use. That's for both smoking and chewing. And there's a challenge now that these other modern cigarettes, these, what do they call them? The artificial ones. Then there is these smoking in the bars, in the pots, like pots, what? It's a very big problem. Smoking is a challenge. And again, misleading advertisement. They see someone smoking, then my grandchild says I must adopt that lifestyle. Harmful use of alcohol. I'm talking about harmful use of alcohol. I don't judge. I am a freelance preacher. My motto, Jesus Christ, says we shouldn't judge. I don't judge. With alcohol, I advocate for abstention, if you can, like me, or drink moderately. And the WHO has come up with like 1 or 2 drinks, moderately, if you can do that. Because I don't want you to be miserable, become anxious, have stress, depression, and eventually suicide, because you have failed to take that which makes you happy. I hope you get what I mean here. So moderate drinking. Even the foods he's talking about, moderate. Buffett, is it Buffett? Warren Buffett, one of the richest men, passes by McDonald's every morning to eat this bacon or what, but moderately. President Trump eats a steak every day, a beef steak, well done, every day, with Diet Coke, okay? But he plays a lot of golf. I hope you get my point here. And our genetic factors are important. There is a book by D'Amato, Eat What is Right for Your Blood Type, which this man Tamale bases on, of Timex. That if you are like blood group O, blood group what, there are certain type of foods. I have visited him twice. There are certain types of foods. For example, I'm blood group O. If I eat beans, I have a bloating, which becomes so serious. You get my point? But I've been advised on what I can do. I do a lot of exercise because I'm a hunter. And hunters were not only just hunting, they were gatherers. You can be group A or group AB. For example, you marry a wife or a husband who is group A or group AB. You say, let's go for a dance. Let's go for dinner. He or she tells you, no, me, I'm remaining here. That's her character, his character, because of her blood group. Person who wants to be alone, an introvert. You get my point? You are an extrovert. You want to dance with the others, but you have not tried to investigate why that is so. And the dietitians, the food people, are beginning to link it with the blood group. Please, lawyers, I want to encourage you to become multidisciplinary. Don't remain in your cocoon of law. Legal positivists, the law as it is, and not what it ought to be. Hans Kelsen and John Austin, you must get out of the law. So the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development recognizes these non-communicable diseases as a major challenge for sustainable development. And the target 3.4 states pledge to reduce the NCD burden by 1/3 by 2030. But you know, when these governments meet, when these heads of state, these ministers meet, I remember when I was a young man, they say health for all by 2000. It reached 2000. I am here. We don't even have universal health insurance. Museveni is spending billions or trillions of money Have you counted his convoy? About 70 vehicles. Right? These days, he distributes money in form of envelopes everywhere. Have you noticed that? And he defended himself that he is a modern king. Can you imagine that modern kings distribute money? And we are here. You wait. We are here. It's going to come February. The man is still going to be president since 1986, and all of us will say, you know, we are protecting our property. We are protecting what we have made. I am telling you, that property can go down even in a minute. Don't worry. I mean, those who know me, I talk politics. Maybe perhaps that's why I have left Makerere, but that's another matter. Yeah, that's another matter. Hey, human. You said this is for the next slide, not so? Hey, I hope I have not skipped the. Okay. So, I didn't throw with my laptop, I would be reading from here. So, although the statistics are not known, the available hair split data indicates that there has been a dramatic increase in non-communicable diseases. But unhealthy diets, those high in sugar, such salt, saturated fats, which Professor Muyanja has been talking about, contribute significantly to those diseases. Consumption of energy-dense, nutrient-poor foods, and that their consumption may lead to NCDs such as hypertension, diabetes, and cardiovascular diseases. Professor Muyanja has talked about juice. I don't take juice. Why should I take juice? I cut the fruits and eat the fruits. Because if you take juice, you lose on the fiber. Am I clear? Why do you have to take juice? And above all, the processed juice. When you have, if you are a juice person, you have the juice, what? They call it juice maker. The other machine where you put these fruits. But you can always have your fruits, a plate full of fruits. And the fruits, you didn't have time to go through that. They have the experts here, the colors. You have the red, you know, you have like purple, like what, you know, combined. And you eat. Because if you make juice, which is okay, you lose on the fiber. And the fiber is very good for digestion. And you know, one of the reasons why they get those, what the doctors find after the colonoscopy, you find that you are lacking fiber because there's been so much constipation, okay? And you end up even developing, what do the scientists call them? These hemorrhoids, okay? Hemorrhoids, because you are lacking fiber, okay? And we have a challenge. We cut the tomato, I mean the pineapple, removing everything. And yet, some of the things we remove is fiber. Sweet potatoes. Why do you have to peel the sweet potato? Wash the sweet potato very well and eat that skin. Why do you have to peel? To peel the Irish potato. Cut it after washing it, after cooking it, or roasting it, and eat, because that's the fiber. Urbanization and globalization, I may not talk so much about that. Then neoliberalism, especially trade, we are going to talk about it. Trade liberalization and associated marketing allow a free flow of unhealthy food, which has a deleterious impact on our health and well-being. Do you have the other, doesn't that microphone work? So, the right to adequate food, Dr. David is going to go through that. The right to adequate food is provided for under international and regional human rights instruments that Uganda has signed and ratified. It is considered under the right to a standard of living, under Article 25 of the UDHR, Article 11 of the ICSR, and in the African Charter, we do not have an express provision on the right to food, but in the famous case of Serac versus Nigeria, the African Commission of Human Rights, of Human and People's Rights, implied it in the Charter and held that states have obligations to realize the right to adequate food. At the international level, we have General Comment number 12, which provides for the right to adequate food. But these are at the international level, regional level. I will not go deep into that. In our constitution, we don't have an explicit provision on the right to food, but in the objectives, which, as you know, as practitioners, the courts have consistently said those objectives contain norms that are binding on our courts. So the constitution has very good steps where they oblige states, for example, to sensitize us on the food we are supposed to eat, to encourage us to store food. When I was growing up, there were granaries. When Museveni and his band of soldiers or bushmen came into power, they abolished all that. During Obote's time, there were production silos. Have you heard of those? Production silos. What you studied in economics as what they call stabilization funds and buffer stocks. Government had money where they would buy food from an area X where there was excess. If, for example, there is excess maize in area X, government would buy it, put it in production silos, so that during the time of scarcity, the government releases that. But here, we are preoccupied with regime survival, and every expense is going to that. Please, as a professor of law, I say these things, okay? So if you feel uneasy, I'm sorry about that, eh? Because everything is politics, even food is politics, okay? So according to the Committee on Economic, Social, Cultural Rights in General Comment number 12, the right to food is realized when every man, woman, and child, alone or in community with others, has physical and economic access at all times to adequate food or means for their procurement. The food must be available, accessible, and adequate. And adequacy here means that food must satisfy dietary needs. For example, if children's food does not contain the nutrients necessary for their physical and mental development, it is not adequate. And you know, education is very important. Sensitization of our people. You can go into a community where there is a lot of food, but the way they package the food for children, okay, becomes a problem. You find they are malnourished, they are undernourished, there's kwashiorkor. You find the woman is anemic, pregnant woman is anemic, she's lacking the food. You find that men and women, boys and girls who are taking antiretrovirals, who are on antiretroviral treatment, are lacking the food. And you know that once you adhere to ARVs, if you are HIV positive, ARVs, you take your ARVs consistently. The science behind HIV indicates that once you do that consistently, you are living responsibly, not engaging like in multiple sexual relations. You are exercising, you are having good food. By the time they check you, they will find that you have an undetectable load, viral load. I hope you know that. You have undetectable viral load. And in the science of HIV, we talk now of U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmittable. Anyway, that's what I do when I'm facilitating with HIV. Okay. Now let's quickly look at neoliberalism. It's a philosophy that emphasizes the free markets, deregulation, privatization, and reduced government intervention. The philosophy views individual liberty and freedom as sacrosanct. For us, when we were studying in the law school, that was during the divide between communist countries of Russia, America, then the US. And some of our teaching texts were like Capital Volume 1 and 2 by Karl Marx, Lenin, Imperialism, High Stage of Capitalism, Nabuderi, Imperialism and Revolution in Uganda. So we're looking at capitalism being based on free markets. And indeed, that's what Uganda tries to do, as I will illustrate. So neoliberalism became traced to the 20th century during the reigns, during the time when free market philosophy, the forces of supply and demand should reign. Even later, the Malthusian theory about population control. So you get neoliberalism coming in where the state has very little involvement, maybe for defense, security, but in other areas like socioeconomic services, then the state does not interfere. So in the era of Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan, Republicans, and Jimmy Carter was a Democrat, Margaret Thatcher in Britain, this paradigm advocates for reduction in the role of the state in all economic and social spheres. And in Uganda, I just remind you, in 1986, when President Museveni came in, of course, Obote had already started some aspect of some implementation of structural adjustment programs. And these programs, which Museveni later continued after, of course, gambling with what we called counter trade. I want to remind you that when Museveni came, I went the steps of parliament, and he gave us a lot of hope. He said, what we have come for is not just a mere change of guards, but a fundamental what? A fundamental change. You know, you see, I'm sorry to use the word young, but the younger people, you may not be as disappointed as some of us who looked at other times you ready, and you have only to control yourself so that you don't have pressure. Okay? You don't have pressure. Yeah, because you see, because the man is an incorrigible liar, you know, self-sustaining, integrated national economy, okay? And he tried that barter trade, it failed. But then, of course, maybe the circumstances faced him a U-turn. Then the structural adjustment programs were implemented, where the role of the state was to be minimized. There was a reduction of forces, of retrenchment of staff, privatization of national enterprises. And in other words, the state abdicated its responsibility to provide what we call socio-economic services, including food, which we are talking about, including health. So that in health, for example, healthcare became commodified to be controlled by the forces of demand and supply. You have the money, you pay. You don't have, you die. That's why when you can't afford bills, you are detained by a hospital. That's what the Kabandas and other organizations continue challenging. But that is the neoliberalist philosophy. I have written about this and challenging it in respect, for example, of non-communicable diseases. You have trade liberalization, free flow of these things he's talking about. But you have seen countries like Brazil, Chile, Philippines, UK, others, even South Africa, have come up with this, the front laboring kind of system, controlling advancement, but we are not doing it. Okay? Our preoccupation is regime survival, where you get these over 15 billion, you buy vehicles and give them to moribund kings. Those things I don't understand. But anyway. But your country, we are going. For us, we are going. We are going. I may remind you of what this other pastor said. Today they came for the communists, I said it's okay. They came for the Jews, for the Jews, I said it's okay. They will come for you. We have lived, I'm 66. I'm 66. Fight for your country. Hey, I see people looking that side. There is no spy here. There's no drone. The neoliberal prime advocates for reduction in the role of the state, as I have said. It calls for the elimination of all barriers that hinder expansion of capitalism. On the values of neoliberalism, one commentator observed that's Milton Friedman. The great value of a free market system is that it does not care what color people are, and that's true. It does not care what the region is. It only cares whether they can produce something you want to buy. When food is brought into Uganda, without even those labels, front of the pack labels, without even these warnings, Professor Muyanja even showed us those warnings. But these warnings are even in English. Even if we have them here, they are not in local languages, and a bigger percentage of our people do not even read. But even a greater problem, there are these waragis in my language. There is what they call mujakule. when I was in the village last month, Bujakule, you know, you got a trading center by me. There are these small bottles. Have you seen those who go to rural areas in these small bottles? Waragi, you know, kombucha, blah blah blah. You have seen those? And they are on TV being advertised. The kombucha man there. There's even that advertisement of Blue Band, where a child who has eaten Blue Band has not had it. You see, growing. You get my point? So advertisements are a very big problem. Okay? But Professor Muyanja has seen that. So neoliberalism exalts economic growth more than development. I hope as lawyers you know the difference between economic growth and economic development. Economic growth is quantitative, and that's what Museveni and his people put forward. 6-7%. We have grown. But you have grown, you are getting a few sudiris. I get my point? Adding them up, their income, dividing for the population, and coming up with a per capita income, and you are saying we are going for middle income. But development is qualitative. Development is qualitative and includes questioning issues like socioeconomic inequality. If you are talking about growth, if you are talking about poverty reduction, using the income model of the World Bank and IMF, okay? We are talking about, first we are talking about the quality, the development. You are talking about establishing 100,000 primary schools. We want to unpack those schools and go there and see, are these children reading? Are they studying? What is the quality of education they are getting? You are talking about health centers 1, 2, 3, 4. At health center 4, I want to go there. And I say, if a woman, for example, or a girl, developed labor complications and is in need of emergency obstetric care, in that center, I want to ask the NRM people, I say, in that center, is there a doctor on call who can perform a cesarean section? Are you getting my point? Is there solar power in case the power goes? We look at the quality. We unpack those statistics. As I always tell my students, statistics don't speak, but people do. We want to see the quality of the growth you are talking about. Please don't get excited about this middle income. When you hear about middle income, you say, or where will my people benefit on this? And you see, this one does not know political party or religion or what. We are all in this. Okay. I think I will just... So neoliberalism such as trade liberalization promotes consumption of unhealthy processed food that may lead to an increase in NCDs. Its emphasis on free markets and reduced state intervention has negative consequences for realization of that right, which I said Dr. Kawanda will talk about. Neoliberal frameworks can undermine local food systems. And I want you to emphasize this. You hear Minister of Agriculture talking about food security. That's a very good concept, food security. But for us, we talk about food sovereignty. Food what? Because food security, Museveni and his people will tell you under the plan for modernization of agriculture, under even NDD, National Development Plan 4, and the previous plans, that we are promoting export-led growth. Are you getting my point? But that is the detriment of self-sufficiency in food. When I was growing up, there was food. The chiefs even enforced a granary. But the people cannot keep granaries now because even products like in my village, sorghum is bought in the garden before it harvested because they want money to pay school fees for their children, for medical care. Because of neoliberalism, the state has abdicated its responsibility to provide fees which we used to have, and now parents sell the food and the best food, okay, in order to, everything this link here. Don't look at food in terms of just eating it here. You are privileged. Council, you can walk to the fridge and open the food. But look at this person, where I would wake up early morning and get a sweet potato, it's there, and I put in the pocket as I go to school. And I did that. But I'm illustrating that the food was there. But now the small-scale farmer, the small-scale farmer, the rural woman who had sovereignty over the seed seed that she could pass on from one generation to the next through her daughters. Are you getting that? It's not that Monsanto and successor companies have commercialized and commodified the seed. To the extent that when you buy that maize seed, you plant it once, it does not germinate. They have finished us. So the only sovereignty a woman had in terms of the food, I would beg for another 5 minutes because we started late. You get my point? And ate into my time. So it becomes a very big problem. Okay? So I'm very sorry about that. I'm very sorry about that. But you see, I want you to look at these issues. So that you see when these people go on rallies, they are telling you this, you know the real challenge we have. I am telling you, the soils have been depleted in the rural areas. They have been depleted. Extension workers are not there. No one is thinking about fertilizers. No, the PDM model, which is just a political tool, is not tackling the revival of agriculture. I've seen President Museveni moving 2 small goats. Of course, what they do, the politicians, they prepare homes which he has to visit and gather some of these animals and put them there. Do you believe in PDM? It's just rolling us down back to neoliberalism and not strengthening the state to provide these services which our people have. Please, you people, we have 6 months. The choice is yours. No, I'm retired from now where I can speak freely. It's not a problem at all, okay? Okay? So they undermine local food systems. Liberalism promotes export-led growth and products for the market and not self-sufficient food, as I had said. This undermines food sovereignty, promotes increased dependence on global markets, etc., etc. Free trade general and liberation of trade in food in particular has encouraged exports of unhealthy, I think Professor Mayanja talked about, ready to eat. Do you know, you can now walk into a supermarket, buy these macaroni, which are packed, and these other foods. You just reach home, and you're busy being in chambers. You're in chambers. And you go there, you put there. You get my point? And yet that same water could have your cassava, very rich food, which you put there. Okay? And as Professor Mayanja has told you, you don't need a lot of food. By the way, your body doesn't need a lot of food. All of it you throw in the toilet. You don't need a lot of food. For example, I'm an intermittent faster, even Dan knows it. If I eat the lunch, which is rare, then I don't take the dinner. I was doing that. But what Professor Mayanja said, at home they began complaining that I don't take dinner. So I decided to dodge dinner. I mean lunch most of the time I take only 1 meal at 6. And I said that's our compromise. Anyone who wants to eat after 6, keep your food. 6 o'clock. You don't need a lot of food, friends. Those who sit on pork, on what, you don't need a lot of food. I want the ribs, and they are the party, the ones which are very fatty. Okay. So you can see the ones he was talking about there. Thank you, Professor Muyanja. The Kentucky Fried Chicken. And I plead guilty. And the children have now held us hostage. When my grandchildren visit, I have now 9. My second born, I saw, she visited last week, I saw pregnancy, so going to have 10. And when they come, they hold me hostage. Papa, we want chips. I say, people, chips are not good. They can't, they can't understand. So what I do when I go to Cafe Javas to buy them chips, I send a boy to talk to the chef. I know they come, they have when they are packed, but once you ask, they have where they can dry them further. But those of Cafe Javas are not so wet. It's a big problem. It's a very big problem. You don't do that, I don't do it, but my daughter will buy for them. So it's a bit of a problem. Okay. Cafe Java House, Chicken Tonight, whatever. Oil fried foods. Okay. And there's no this thing of telling you that healthy vegetable oil. But why do you need it? You don't need it. You don't need. What happened if you have bought your meat? Why don't you get your tomatoes, onions cut and put there and move on? Sugar and calorie loaded chocolate and soft drinks. Professor Mayanja has covered all that. So what should be done? I'm about to finish. There were just a few slides. Legislative and administrative interventions. Promote and implement policy, legislative and regulatory measures, including fiscal measures, in order to minimize the impact of neoliberal policies, including food trade. All these are very good. Legislation or policy guidelines, has talked about dietary guidelines, targeting food and drinks industries, advertising, he has talked about it, linked to obesity. Obesity is a disease. No one should tell you lies. Obesity is a disease. Obesity is a disease. How many of here? How many men here are not virgins here? Put up your arms. I am telling you. And when you get married, somebody's daughter left all those foods at home. You can't say, I'm buying you Blue Band, I'm buying you bread, etc. You must provide the other thing. And that thing, when you are obese, okay. Okay, so especially for Aaron. Aaron is sharp. Policy guidance that food industries, regulate food and beverages industries, especially those that may be linked to obesity in children. I think they have talked about this. India, Spain, South Africa, China, etc. They have regulations for food advertisement, which we can. I'm about to finish. They are just. They may be almost the last. Almost. But let me just go back just to this. You have seen that legislation. Yeah. Those who attended my professorial inaugural lecture at Makerere in 2017, but was on maternal health care and politics. I argued about the structural and systematic causes that deny women from accessing this maternal health care. We have so many structural and systematic causes that prevent even the government in putting these legislative measures, etc. You get my point? They see them. Okay? And in that lecture, I recommended, one recommendation was that democratic forces should come up, social democratic forces, and cause regime change. I said it in the main hall, which was packed. I think, Commander, you were there? Which was packed, even with the Professor Kagonyeras and etc. But can you do that in Makerere now? I'm not sure. But I did that, and I'm very happy. I delivered my lecture when the situation was not. You get my point? So even when we talk about legislative measures, we talk about all these. What it requires a very critical political resource, very critical resource. You know that resource? Political will. And there's no political will. In fact, my argument has always been, although when we are talking about socio-economic rights like the right to food, that they depend on progressive realization, the maximum level of available resources, my argument is that's not a matter of lack of available resources, that this government cannot realize socio-economic rights, including health care and food. It is a lack of prioritization. You have aggrandizement, you have corruption, misallocation of resources. Okay? I was in Garuga 3-4 days from Monday to yesterday. I took my morning walk. I went to Parina. There's a huge estate, which is like 1 kilometer. You have seen that estate? Beautiful on that new road. And I was told people who own it, I don't know how true that. I don't want to be charged with defamation. I cried for this country. It's not mere lack of resources. A lack of prioritization. If the money that goes into State House, which Honorable Semuju has been exposing, was to be utilized in terms of providing agricultural implements Okay? If this land grabbing, these are serious issues that we need to look at. Okay? I've told you food is politics, health is politics. Okay? Dr. Wes, I kept quiet in the past 2-3 years. Eh? You've not been hearing me speaking like this. I'm now a freelance, I speak. Okay? Okay? Yeah, so we'll talk about those legislative guidelines. Now let's use litigation. And again, I thank Dr. Kavanda and Sefrot. You have tried. You have tried. And don't lose hope when you lose a case. When we talk about strategic litigation, beyond public interest litigation, strategic interest litigation, even if you lose, you get my point? You have achieved a lot. You have achieved in the sense that one, you have brought the matter to the court of public opinion, that's the media. You get my point? These issues now are going to be when you be talking about these issues. Eh? The labeling, the advertisements, these bad food, etc. Okay? Even if you lose a case, don't worry. Okay? He was the lead lawyer in petition 16. Center for Smart Development, myself and another versus Attorney General. We lost. But issues had come up. I remember I led the walk from the Independence Monument to Parliament. You see, I'm in an academia, but I'm an activist. I am an activist. So we went, and the speaker flew from outside that day, didn't even go home, went to Parliament, and the resolution was passed on maternal health. Okay? So let's not lose hope, Professor Mayanja. The struggle through litigation is incremental as you move on. Secondly, lawyers learn, and even judges, they learn when you handle these matters. So don't lose hope by just not winning a particular case. Okay? So the social change can be broadened. Utilize relevant provision of the Constitution, the Human Rights Enforcement Act. These are some of the cases in the US regarding food. So to me, non-communicable diseases are on the rise globally and in Uganda, and we must really wake up. We must wake up. We have a role to revive our food systems. Okay? Our traditional food systems. Professor Mayanja has given you examples of these foods. Okay? But I saw you putting there chapati. Why do we have to eat chapati? It is full of gluten. Why do we have to eat bread? It's full of gluten. Okay? But of course, I've told you, one blood may react, and another, but on the whole, gluten is not good. President Museveni, and I give him credit for that, he has demonstrated how he eats cassava and millet and talk about going the traditional foods. Maybe that's how we should engage him after the elections. If he wins, but is it if or he's going to win? So neoliberal policies have negative consequences for result of the right food, and we need to develop appropriate legal and policy frameworks. The lawyers should engage in strategic interest litigation. You want another wrap of exercise? Eh? You want it? Yes. No, this time let's not do that. Let's just do stand up and just jump 20 times, just like this, just this. Okay? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18,
19, 20. I hope I'll become theoretical and practical.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Professor Ben Tunamugisha. I'll just pick a snippet of the concluding slide you just made, dear Prof. Dear legal practitioners and the members online and physical here present, we have a critical role to revive our food systems. You and I, whether a media personnel, you're a lawyer, you're an agriculturalist, you're a nutritionist, you're a normal citizen, you have a duty to protect and revive. And for the lawyers, this is a new frontier for litigation. Professor Ben has given us opportunities for litigation, for legal advocacy, for legal and policy formulation to see that we have our food systems proper. And a new word, strategic interest litigation. Let us not lose the hope because we have already made change. Now I want to open the floor for plenary, and Pauline, my co-moderator, will be taking us through this session. Dear Pauline, we will have 5 minutes for questions and answers for the immediate past presenters. You're most welcome.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, professors. We've been blessed with those insightful discussions and presentations. I'm going to take up about 5 questions from different people, and we'll use basically 5 minutes for this session. Any questions for both professors?
My name is Ismail Lado. I'm a media practitioner. Of course, I did take note that many of our platform is being used to channel out some of these information that could be misleading. But that, of course, goes back to the law. If there is no law to avoid it, it's very difficult sometimes to hold somebody accountable. So my question is, we have a value addition agenda, okay, which the grandfather, for me is a father, to many is a grandfather, has been preaching that it's the way to go, all right? So how do we harmonize value addition and the need, for quality health food? Because we know what processed food is made up of. Then finally, what could be the possible implication of the absence of food law? Can it be quantified? Can we quantify the implication? For instance, how much in terms of diseases do we, in terms of value, are we talking about? Thank you very much.
Yes, there was a hand here from Councillor Abbas.
Thank you. Good morning. My question is specifically to Professor Ben here. I don't know, are there ways we can work hard to either use corporate accountability to the extent that while we need to demand from the government to do some things, are there ways we can also hold companies that are directly responsible either for some of these adverts, some of the foods, liable as entities themselves, either in courts of law or any other ways we could use to see that we put them on pressure to change their practice? And I don't know how that can happen, because as you were speaking, I just recalled an incident when I was with Unilever then in the competitions department, And there was a case, I think it was in Kenya, and it was before the Competitions Authority, and the case that was being charged to Unilever was the advert then we had of these, some of the marketing we were using to advertise some of the products then we had were misleading to the extent that as they encouraged people, is it if you use our spices, what will happen to a man and all that. People challenged them before the tribunal then of competition, and the adverts had to be withdrawn. And I think it had been such ways of corporate accountability that Unilever was also forced to sell off Blue Band. So I don't know how much can we do within our jurisdiction here to use corporate accountability if the government is very slow. Then finally, it's just a thought. It's a long journey. I'm just imagining that as we work on all this labeling, it's important also to think of how much is this information we label accessible to all people who use these products. I think it's a long journey, but I suppose we can get there. Sometime I had traveled and something amazed me, but which I don't know when we shall ever get there. When I entered the supermarket, I wanted to get a particular product. And when I found a product, what amazed me was the product, on top of what had been written for someone to read in print, it equally had a cheat that explained to someone who was using Braille what exactly what they were buying and what it contained. And I don't know how long we shall get to that point of accessibility of all the information and all this labeling we advocate for. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
My name is Rosetta Ampire, and I want to ask Dr. Ben, like in regards to, let's say, the litigation strategy to bring about corporate responsibility. Do we go about it in terms of human rights, or is there another route we can take? Thank you.
Okay. I want to thank the professors, Professor Myanja and Professor Ben, for the wonderful presentations. First of all, just a small update to Professor Myanja about the food bill. You mentioned that you're not sure where it is. The four organizations in this consortium, CEFROT, FIAN, Consent, and CIATIN, have been following up on this. And we hope that the bill will soon be tabled, hopefully by next month. But we are in a very political period, so we don't know. But we have been trying to push for this, and a lot of consultations have been conducted in the different regions of the country. Now, for me, mine is not a question, but it's a word to the lawyers present in this room. First of all, the two professors have talked a lot about processing food and how unsafe this is. But before food is processed, food is grown, food is produced. Now, we need also to interest ourselves in how this food is processed. It's one thing for farmers, the fisher folk, the pastoralists, to grow enough food to feed us. But if you, the lawyers, do not protect the right to food, even all other conditions that food producers want, like rain and fertile soils and all that stuff, will become useless, if not dangerous. I'll point you to several examples. One is the rampant land grabbing. This is not news. We are all hearing about this all the time, in all news, everywhere. Now, I request lawyers to interest themselves in matters of land grabbing. When finally all land is taken, we will have no option but to eat the processed food. It's what will be available. We have all heard, I bet no one has not heard, that fisher communities across the country are being evicted because our government prefers that the industrial fishers should take charge of the lake because they pay maybe a lot of taxes to government because we want foreign exchange, which, yes, we need. But once they all go, we will have no option but to eat processed fish. Can we as lawyers try to interest ourselves in these cases that we hear of, and we come up and see how best we can support these communities? They are suffering today, but we definitely will suffer the consequences of these actions. Lastly, school feeding. For those of you who have children or young people that you're taking care of that are in schools, look at what is in school canteens. If you went to a school and requested that they put fruits in the school canteen, they will look at you like you're a tourist attraction. Our children are feeding on junk, and this is becoming a big crisis. Can we as lawyers see how can we protect children from this junk food sold in school canteens? So I want to crown up this by saying that the future of food is not just in making sure that we don't process it, in making sure that we have fertile soils, in making sure that we have rain, but in the fact that we have laws that protect the right to food. As organizations, we are available to work with you in any way. Come share with us ideas if you know of any way we can protect people that are being evicted from land, that are being evicted from natural resources where food is being produced. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, dear Dr. Hema. I'll call on Professor Ben to take on, then Professor Myanja will have additions.
Thank you very much. Professor Myanja, we want him to tackle the question of value addition. I think the president is right in terms of value addition, because for a long time we've been exporting raw materials, and he has figures at his fingertips demonstrating how the government loses. But one point, Professor Myanja will talk about that. But one point I would like to bring out is, when we talk about food, we need to move even to production. Even growing, the use of pesticides, what type of pesticides are being used, how can we promote organic food, then the harvesting process, the post-harvest handling. You've been reading about aflatoxins, which are common in bean, in maize, for example. So the processing also very critical. So we cannot avoid processed foods in all cases, because we travel, we interact with others. Processed foods are there, okay? But for example, if you are talking about processed foods like sausages, where do you have to eat those sausages? The meat is there if you want some meat. So processed foods, that's in that context. Then I will answer the question from Abbas here. When we talk about holding these corporate persons responsible or accountable, there has been in the past years a debate about business and human rights. And I think Professor Mbazira and others produced even a text, some manual on business and human rights. I think the fundamental point is to note Article 20, sub-Article 2 of our Constitution, because it says that human rights and freedoms in the Constitution shall be upheld by the state, agencies, and by all persons. And we know that persons include both natural and artificial. So the corporations can be held liable through a human rights approach for failure to undertake some of these measures. The Human Rights Enforcement Act has a very innovative provision on how we can hold the state accountable for failing to meet its obligations. And one of the obligations is for failing to regulate the activities of private persons, what we call the horizontal responsibility of the state. But as to persons, I will just juxtapose this. In the health sector, in our activism, we've been holding private hospitals accountable for detaining patients or attendants when bills are not paid. And we say the mere fact that you're a private person does not absolve you from human rights responsibility. Secondly, something which has a relation with human rights, the law of torts. If, for example, a product, what we call product liability, if a product, for example, has caused injury to a person, there's what we call product liability. Beyond what the lawyers know here as the privity doctrine, we can always explore the tort of negligence, Donog versus Stevenson, to say that this corporation had a duty of care to ensure that whatever it has manufactured through the neighborhood principle, it had all the users, even the ultimate user, in contemplation. And again, in the US, product liability cases have been filed against corporations engaging in food and beverage services. And finally, the lady, I didn't get her name. I thank you very much for the issue of land grabbing, what I call land grabs, evictions, question of school feeding. So laws are important, but I would like to alert you that law has never been a panacea to everything. You must have some complementary measures, including social, political, cultural, and economic. Thank you very much.
Professor Myanja, 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm happy that he's talked about the law is not ultimate. Actually, I was talking about in order to change the persons, I think it's to touch their soul and their mind. It's very, very important to do that. The law can be there, but people, if you don't change by their soul, it may not work. On the side of value addition, actually, I was talking about if you have a policy which is supporting external trade, that policy usually it affects the food system in the given country. Most of the people tend to grow export crops and they forget food crops, and then you'll be able to get what? Food insecurity. When it comes to value addition, actually value addition, I tell people that value addition is not processing. You can add value to any product without transforming its nature. I usually give a very simple example that if for me I'm a Michigan Cavalry, I plant my Irish potato, it grows, I pick it from the soil, I wash it. I'm already adding value by washing, vis-a-vis the one that's not washed. That's value. And when I pack it in my traditional packages, I'm also adding value. So value addition does not mean to transform a product and process it. We can sell our products outside in a better packaged way, and you can get a lot of value. But because of food loss and waste, that's why processing comes in. That let's transform the product in a nature which can keep longer. By doing the processing, what kind of chemicals are you using or add the food to make it unsafe? That's where the problem is. That's why we are advocating. Can we talk to the companies which are processing food to formulate so that they can abide with the regulations by WHO to meet the necessary requirements, threshold values of what? The nutrient. That's what you are looking for. Value addition is not bad because we produce a lot, we need to preserve it, store it, and then trade it. On side of labeling, actually, whatever we are doing here, and if it is passed, is going to be integrated in the standard of labeling. We have a standard for labeling prepackaged food. It is there, but it does not cover these areas. But if we find that these areas are necessary, that standard can be reviewed, and all these are integrated therein. For example, the standard is usually reviewed after for 4 years. We can do that ably. Yeah, I think that's where I can say about school feeding. School feeding, we did a project on school feeding in Kamuli, Sorota, and so on, and we found that these schools have a big land, but also the knowledge that they can use the land for school feeding, they don't know. So what we need to do is create awareness among the schools which have big land, that they can use land to plant food for the children. And also what we decided to tell them, you guys, you look, by planting the food, you are training people practically. It's a laboratory actually, which is encouraging good learning. So all this have to be, with the food, the schools, the canteen, it's a problem we are talking about. You go to a canteen, you find nothing else about from processed foods. So it's a policy which we need, a regulation, a law, which we need in order to change these things. So we need policies to transform our food system.
Thank you so much, dear Professor Ben and Professor Myanja. Okay, dear ladies and gentlemen, we'll take another round of questions and answers from the moderators in the next sessions. We have had a simple change in program, and I would like to invite the next speaker. Just a brief introduction. The next speaker is Dr. David Kavanda. He's going to lead us into the next session. Dr. David Kavanda is a distinguished food rights lawyer with a strong commitment to social justice and trade-related systems. His work spans legal advocacy, community legal empowerment, public interest litigation, and legal research, with focus on advancing social equity and the doctrine of public trust. He's a Bertha Challenge Fellow. He's a known consultant with consultancies with the UN, FAO, WHO, UNESCO, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. He holds a PhD in food law from the University of Western Cape. He's the founder and current executive director for the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, CEFROT. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I cannot finish it all for Dr. David Kavanda. Join me to welcome Dr. David Kavanda.
I'm here to hijack the program. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, members, we seem to have forgotten the members who are online. We have not forgotten you. Let me hope you are following. I know some people want to go. Martha, don't go. First wait. I want to, in a special way, to introduce to you, and I will want to ask you to have a thunderous clap for Professor Ben Twinomugisha. I wouldn't be what I am if it was not this professor. Professor Myanja, don't feel envious. Just hold it there. This is the only person we looked up to. Let me tell you, Professor Ben, we used to talk about you a lot. And then we also told our parents and the people we found on the street that the only person in the world who knows commercial law was you. You taught us contract law. But why am I telling people that Professor Ben made me who I am? It's because although we knew him in commercial law, litigation, contract, eventually he brings up new other aspects of law and he introduces health and the law. In his first class, we were 4 students. The 2 of them ran away and we stayed, me and Dr. Mrumba is now our associate professor, and we carried on. We promised him that when we finish school, we'll practice what you've taught us. We started with the Center for Health, an organization that is too huge. But Professor, I used to meet doctors, and doctors were always telling me that there is a silent, huge problem in food. So I remember telling you that we are starting food, and I'm very honored to see you here today speaking to us about food. But why am I hijacking the program? It's because I want to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, because I know Professor Ben might be leaving, Professor Myanja might be leaving. Today, Professor Ben, we've been discussing and we have come up with a legal network for lawyers in Africa to deal with these systemic issues. Because we are calling it agroecology, we are talking about the issues of seed, we are talking about the issues of food sovereignty, something that not many people talk about. So I wanted to ask that we go outside, have a group photo, you cut that ribbon, we start that network of lawyers, and we'll also be coming to you. We don't know whether in the freelance capacity you'll be fine if you join us on the advisory board of the network. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, members online, you can, we are going to do this in just 5 minutes and come back. We have organized outside here. Before the lawyers go, we really need to have this moment of the photo and officiating this legal network. Thank you so much. Let us use just a few minutes. We just use these. There are many doors to the other side. Thank you.
Where are you? Where are you? Where? Which place? CV. Yes, yes.
I hereby launch the Afroecology Legal Network for Africa, an organization that will fight for social justice issues in food, including food sovereignty, tackling land questions, and utilizing the legal and policy frameworks at the international, regional, and national to ensure that we move beyond food security and have food systems for everybody. Thank you very much. Yes.
December. You want me to sign it?
Yes.
Okay.
There's another doctor here.
Dr. Ruhweza?
It is okay.
Dr. Rehema.
Where is the cover?
There's another doctor here.
Dr. Nabatanzi.
Have you taken a photo? You've taken.
A photo of doctor.
Now what about the intending?
So now everyone please sign on the thing, and then we go back. We still have
Please sign. Anywhere.
And,
I hope even the deputy
They are
is taken
taking
for
the-
the intending. Even Dennis was dreaming also.
Let's go back and have.
Doreen. Guys, please sign.
Please come.
Me, let me sign all that mwagala. After all, my name is Weya. Certificate of incorporation. By the way.
What do you do now? ¿Cómo estás? Okay. But we thank God that you went well this way. So Aaron, hey, first speak on the
Hello, colleagues. Kindly come back. Kindly come back such that we proceed.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the momentous occasion for launching the Agroecology Legal Network for Africa, a network that is positioned to protect food sovereignty, seed sovereignty through the legal eye, strategic interest litigation, legal advocacy, policies, regulations, and regulatory frameworks to support and uphold food sovereignty in Africa. We will proceed to the next presenter. Dear the IT team, the next presenter is Joan Kembabazi, and I'll just give a brief introduction for Joan Kembabazi. Miss Joan Kembabazi is going to discuss with us new frontiers, non-communicable diseases, pharmaceuticals, and food supplements through strategic legal tools for litigation in those new frontiers, NCDs, pharmaceuticals, and food supplements. Ms. Joan Kembabazi is the Program Manager, Social Justice and Strategic Litigation at the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, CEFROT. She is a legal researcher and author exploring diverse topics, including but not limited to GMOs and the law, breastfeeding and the law, socioeconomic rights, particularly land rights and land equity. The other topic is law and governance for sustainable agri-food systems, both at national, regional, and continental level. She's an advocate of the High Court, an active member of the Uganda Law Society and the East African Law Society. She is a public interest litigator who has litigated at national level and also regional level. Dear ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Ms. Joan Kembabazi.
Again, I'm here to interrupt. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister of Justice is online. Was supposed to be with us here physically, but Honorable, we understand that Dad is sick, so he had to go to the village, but he has now honored us with his online presence. Joan, hold it there. Let us first have the Honorable address us, and then we shall proceed from that. And he has been kind enough, because we have a petition that we are supposed to hand over, and he has been kind enough to accept that we will be able to take it to his office. Honorable, you are most welcome. We thank you so much for connecting online.
Thank you so much, moderator. I hope I'm clear enough.
Yes, Honorable.
First, I beg your pardon for being physically absent. I explained my situation to the two Dorines, Doreen Akware and Doreen Tukunda. Otherwise, I would have loved to be there physically. Secondly, at your earliest convenience, as early as possible next week, even Tuesday, I'd be happy to invite you to the Ministry of Justice in our boardroom, where I'll be in a position to receive the petition in the company of at the ministry. I would like to start by congratulating for this initiative. It's important that lawyers not intervene.
Dear Honorable Minister,
are protected, provided they are Hello?
Yes, we had lost you a bit, but we can now hear you.
Yeah, I'm in the village where network is patchy, but I'm glad you can hear me now. The Constitution of Uganda is very, very innovative, And it provides that even rights which are not specifically mentioned are protected under the Constitution of Uganda. The Constitution of Uganda also sets an international standard and limits derogation to only those that are acceptable in a free and democratic society. In other words, under the Constitution of Uganda, we are inviting the whole world to look over our shoulders to see the extent to which we adhere. Now, coming to this important topic that you are dealing with, let me start with what we learned in school, which is basically dialectical materialism. In simpler terms, political economy. We are taught that all human beings, indeed all living organisms, have to derive the means to support life from nature. Whether it is the food we eat, the water we drink, the air we breathe, nature is the source of all that. Unfortunately, nature does not package these means of sustenance and give it to us in a bottle or in a tin. Of course, you can decide to sleep under a mango tree, and when the mango has ripened, it will fall on you. But you must still take the mango and put it in your mouth. That is what we call necessary labor. By this simple act, you are producing means of support to your life. Let that be must all labor in order to produce of the human society, or let me say animal kingdom. We actually have to
Dear Honorable, I think the video is interrupting so much with network. We request that you have your speech through audio only. Honorable Minister, can you hear us?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it seems we lost the Honorable Minister, but once he jumps on, we can have him speak at the end of the presentations from our speakers. Just before we went into having the Honorable Minister speak to us, our next presenter, Ms. Joan Kembabazi, was ready to present, and dear Councillor Joan, you are most welcome. Dear ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Councillor Kembabazi Joan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, if I don't get enough energy, we may have to stand up again. Yeah, it should be refreshing to hear from a lady. It has been gentlemen since morning. Okay, I'm told the minister is back online, so I'll hold it again.
Dear Honorable Minister, we can have you speak again. Is the Honorable Minister on? Okay. John, please come and proceed. We will have the Honorable Minister speak later after the presentation when he's still online. Sorry for the interruption.
Thank you, Martin. My presentation is going to be short. I wish Professor Ben and Professor Myanja were still here, because I was very blessed, and I personally wanted to thank them. I was very blessed by their presentation. The green one. Okay. So my presentation is going to be law, pharmaceuticals, and food supplements. Strategic litigation. As Martin has introduced, I'm the program manager for the Social Justice and Strategic Litigation Program at SAFEROT. And the main theme of my discussion, or the main purpose of my discussion today, is to open up our minds as lawyers to new frontiers, like the theme of this conference, this training is, to new areas of possible litigation and how, as lawyers, we can interact with these subjects. So I realized after Professor Ben and Professor Myanja, my presentation is going to be short. Surely after their discussions on NCDs, nutrition, I may not have anything useful to add. However, I'll probably clarify about my background, which is nutrition transition. So we've all been talking about the sedentary lifestyles, the ultra-processed foods, but why now? How do we get here? As a generation, how do we get here? So I want to enlighten us that this is part of the dietary patterns of human beings. That Barry Popkin in 1993 developed five stages, or a model that explains 5 stages that populations experience in terms of dietary patterns. That first, we are hunters and gatherers. When we want food, we go out and pick the fruits and hunt. But as we go on, then we adopt early labor, intensive agriculture. And then as we go on, famine recedes. And as famine is receding, then there's agriculture industrialization. And as agriculture industrialization is taking place, we now start adopting the Western lifestyle, which is where we now gravitate towards foods high in calories, sugar, processed foods. And then eventually now we become aware of how this is leading to NCDs, and now we start retracting with enlightening ourselves with healthier diets. So as Uganda is now, we are between stages 4 and 5. That as famine is receding, we are now starting to adopt the Western cultures, which are the foods high in sugars and the sedentary lifestyles. This is predictable. It is part of our patterns as human beings. So as the nutrition transition takes place between stage 3 and 4, the diseases that are associated with malnutrition, with famine-related diseases now, diseases associated with famine recede, and now we start seeing NCDs that are diet-related and related to NCDs that are diet-related and related to the sedentary lifestyles that we are now adopting. And this is why, like all the speakers before me said, 36% of the deaths in Uganda right now are attributed to NCDs. So this is where we are at. So this introduces a new topic, which is food supplements. Because these are diet-related diseases, which means these are diseases that are associated with a lack of nutrients or a deficiency. So what has the pharmaceutical industry done? They've now introduced food supplements to try and address the nutritional deficiencies we are suffering from overconsumption of processed foods and foods that are unhealthy. But as we now gravitate and look at food supplements to now cure the existing problem, what is the law? So what are food supplements? Food supplements are tablets, capsules, powders, drinks, energy bars aimed at addressing nutritional deficiencies created by the overconsumption of diets high in processed foods, sugars, and fats, while lacking the essential nutrients. So although most of these food supplements are marketed and sold as either as drugs or food, they are neither drugs or food. If you look at the Food and Drugs Act, none of those definitions will capture food supplements. And yet, even the smallest child right now, at some point, I know that a lot of people with children right now, the minute you take your child to the hospital because they are sick, before they recommend you to eat anything, they will tell you give a vitamin. Maybe you should put them on immune boosters. And usually those are capsules full of vitamins and everything. But what is the law regulating these food supplements? As we gravitate towards them as the solution to our nutritional deficiencies. So the legal framework is as follows. The Food and Nutrition Policy 2003 mandates the National Drug Authority and the Ministry of Health to regulate food supplements. So the National Drug Authority in 2009 developed what they call the Guidelines for Regulations of Food and Dietary Supplements. Supplements are also regulated under UNBS, under that regulation, although it's limited to just vitamins and other mineral food requirements. So if this is the legal framework on food and dietary supplements, is it sufficient? Is it in touch with the reality? Because what makes a law insufficient is if it's isolated and detached from the actual realities and the problems that it's supposed to solve. So even with the legal framework in place, there's still a big lacuna, and this is where, as lawyers, we need to come in. There is still a lot of lack of implementation measures. For example, under Clause 7.3 of the guidelines, it lays down the suitability for approval of a food supplement, and it specifies that a food supplement should not make any therapeutic or medical claims in relation to treating or averting a disease. But if I asked each of us right now to go to Jumia and look up a food supplement, I'm sure you're going to find a food supplement that is claiming to cure a disease. And this is not supposed to be like that, because these micronutrients should not be marketed as cures to diseases, because they are not. So despite this clause, a lot of supplements are still marketed as cures to diseases, and this is usually through network marketing. And when I talk about network marketing, I'm sure all your minds are going to go somewhere. because you've seen them. Very many, these are rigorously marketed and mainly for profit, but do people understand? Does the NDA understand the level of exposure that these supplements are having on human health? So the other lacuna, the NDA on the 15th of May 2018 released a statement to the general public cautioning them on the use of dietary supplements in the place of medicine. However, why are many of these supplements still on the market and being marketed as cures to diseases? So the other lacuna is that there are risks of excessive intake when it comes to dietary or food supplements. Food supplements are sold over the counter under self-prescription. Like the example I gave of the children, you take your child to the hospital, they tell you this child is getting sick too often, look for immunity boosters. You go to the pharmacy, they are given a bunch, a syrup with over 12 different supplements, vitamins, minerals, and other micronutrients. But where is the prescription? So they are sold over the counter under self-prescription, and this is usually after rigorous marketing by the manufacturer. And then some are even sold in supermarkets and online platforms. Like I said, if you got your phone right now and put food supplements on Jumia, it's going to bring you something. So some of the nutrient components in these supplements are also found in our natural food and other processed foods on the market, exposing the consumer to a risk of taking in more nutrients than their body needs. For example, too much vitamin A has been known to cause headaches and liver damage, but also reduce bone strength and also cause birth defects. Excessive iron causes nausea and vomiting and has been known to be fatal. I don't want to mention names, but I think not far long ago, about 2 weeks or 3 maybe, we all know a son of a prominent politician that passed on. And the recounts from the family were that doctors found excessive iron in his body that they could not trace to anything particular. So although I'm not saying that he died of food supplements, I'm just trying to open our minds to the risks associated with having these excess nutrients in the body. So another study published in the New England Journal of Medicine found that the adverse effects of supplements were responsible for over 23,000 emergency department visits every year, and most of them were associated with excessive intakes or over-the-counter interactions with other medicines. Energy drinks. I think we talked about the energy drinks, very, very high in sugar, although most of them are sold as beverages, but very high in sugar and caffeine. And that's another example of a supplement that's sold casually in supermarkets and over the counter. So before I sound like a nutritionist, I want to quickly go to what are the legal aspects that I'm trying to draw all the lawyers to. There's still a very big lacuna in the law when it comes to food supplements, despite the fact that it's the quick solution that pharmaceuticals are giving the general public as the quick solution to nutritional deficiencies. So as lawyers, I think we need to lobby the National Drug Authority for an enforcement law to deter the marketing of supplements as cures to NCDs, because the guidelines as they are now, they've not helped in any way. There's still a big issue of the network marketers that are still circulating these food supplements free of access to anybody that wants to buy. When you take this supplement home and you're ingesting it at whatever dosage that you want, if it's sold as a coffee or as a beverage, no one is there to monitor. Your health is in your hands. Like I think it was Professor Myanja that mentioned that in Uganda you could die of eating something and nobody would sue. So this is where we need an enforcement law. We also need regulations on over-the-counter medication without prescription. I know that in other jurisdictions you can't just walk into a pharmacy and and pick a medication and go home. You need a prescription from a certified medical consultant or at least a nutritionist before you can go over the counter and pick something. But in Uganda, that law is not there. You self-medicate at your own risk. You're in your own hands. We also need a front of pack warning label that has already been mentioned, I think by Professor Myanja as well, that let a manufacturer really break down the contents of everything that makes it on the market and in the language that someone could easily understand. Because if you put for me that calories or sugar or sodium 200 grams, how do I know that that's how much my body should consume? And what if I choose to take 3 or 4? Who's regulating? Where do I get that knowledge as a lawyer, being that these are scientific terms and scientific information? So all these are areas where, as the legal fraternity, we need to come on board. And like I think it was Dr. Kabanda that mentioned that we are learned friends until it comes to aspects of food and the law. We are still, we've not grounded ourselves enough on those aspects, but also these are opportunities for us to grow ourselves, to grow our litigation, to grow our careers. These are uncharted waters. As lawyers, if you're looking for a way to make yourself an outlier. We also need a lot of legal advocacy. We've done a lot of legal advocacy on almost everything except aspects of food and the law. So we need all lawyers on board. Let us meet the policymakers. Let us be hands-on in the drafting processes so that we don't end up with laws that are moot or that are not helpful. But we can also do litigation. I'll go back to the statement that Professor Myanja made, because it stuck with me, that in Uganda you could die of eating something and nobody will do what? Nobody will sue. These are areas of litigation for us. Let us take on those cases using a human rights-based approach under the Human Rights Enforcement Act, but also maybe under tort. Although I'm told that the tort is duty, you have to prove duty of care. So maybe strategically, you would rather stick with the human rights-based approach. Let's litigate these cases and let's keep the conversation going. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Joanne. Let's give her another round of applause. Yeah, thank you. We are going to have our next presenter, Dr. Kabanda, and he's going to take his presentation in summary due to the time effect.
Very true. Dear members, I'm not even going to be causing another slideshow. I'm quickly running through agri-food systems and the law, the role of a modern lawyer. After listening to Professor Myanja, Professor Ben, and now Joanne, I think we are at a level of realizing that we are in some serious danger if we do not wake up to be part of a solution. So when we talk about food systems, some people may call it from farm to fork. But when it comes to us as CEFROT, we have changed that. We call it pre-farm, then to fork. Because when you look at many policies or laws that we need to impact, start even before the farm. We have the shops or the agri-vet shops who are selling all these farm products or inputs or everything. So lawyers have not at any one time interrogated the responsibilities of local governments. For example, if someone is issuing a license, we know that Ministry of Health is in charge in some aspect, but also local governments. What they are only interested in is collecting license fees, but they don't care about, for example, if you have a restaurant or what. So we now want to have like this cohort of lawyers that look into the food systems angle. I'll not go back into what already professors have talked about, but some people do not think that food is a legal issue. And this is what we've been drumming since morning. When you read Article 11 of the Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, food, the fundamental right to freedom from hunger and malnutrition, this must be upheld. We need to interrogate this, unpack it, and be able to litigate it with serious jurisprudence, which we will develop whether we like or not, because the judges are not going to give us this jurisprudence unless if we have put it before them. Dear lawyers, when we talk about the right to adequate food, the international law, and of course now when it comes to Uganda, at least we litigated in the High Court, and the court concluded that yes, the right to food is not particularly mentioned in our constitution, but it is a legal right in Uganda. At least we have that from Esther Nambayo, although part of the judgment is a very absurd judgment, but at least that part of judgment is what we hold on and say, okay, at least this pronouncement came from court. But we are dealing with an aspect whose description is the following, and I'm very intentional on this. The description of the right to adequate food is a situation where every man, every woman, every child, whether alone or in community with others, have access to food at all times or means of its procurement. So it is a deep, rich description. And for that to happen, it means that you must look at a child, whether the child is alone or in community with others. You have to look at a man, because like Professor Mayanja said, the dietary requirements of a man are not the same requirements of a woman. And then you have to look at a woman, and for a woman, she is even specifically protected in the Constitution, Article 33 of the Constitution. It states that the state shall, and it is a mandatory requirement, protect the rights of women, taking into account their natural maternal function in society. If we are talking about natural maternal function in society, it is a function of food. Because the maternal function, we all know that if the woman is not feeding well, those are the anemia, the anemic cases that we've heard about. You see, I litigated a lot of cases for maternal health. And many women do not make it in pregnancy because of nutrition and food-related aspects. And the doctors were coming to me, say, you are suing us. But sometimes a woman comes to give birth when they can't go through this process. And then some doctors even told me that, Mr. Kabanda, we need to let you know that giving birth is a natural thing, is a natural phenomenon. If a woman can give birth unassisted, by the way, they can push the baby. If their bodies are, of course I'm not promoting that, understand the context. But if the women have not been feeding well, be sure that these complications and death will come up. So I want to bring it to ourselves that the law that we are talking about, from the international law, from the African law, the African Charter, from the East African law where we find ourselves, and then the Ugandan domestic law. Yes, we do not have a framework law, but these are some of the laws that we want to encourage as lawyers to start using, because it is till when every lawyer or a sizable number of us have started speaking this language that the duty bearers will listen. I want to give an example of my colleague here, friend, Chiza Aaron. I want to tell you, Aaron, you are an example to many of us. Even when you applied to get the passport, I'm telling you, we are very skeptical. We are like, no, Aaron is joking. Nobody is going to give him that passport. But with, I'm a Christian, I wanted to say we thank God. Indeed, we should. But also, we want to thank you because you are giving an example that it is not going to be brought to you. Let us keep pushing the doors open. When you went to prison, we had a very big discussion in my office. And we're like, it cannot happen. He will never be released. Then another school of thought was like, let us continue. He will be. So we are learning from many of the advocates. Yes, where we are now is not the best time of our jurisprudence, but we can push. Even for food, we know that we have players who are big players. If we are talking about sugar-sweetened beverages, these are companies that have budgets bigger than even the national economy. So if they decided to do anything, they can do it. But the good thing, the science is on our side. If Professor Myanja tells me that when you eat this, this is what is going to happen, it is the evidence that we'll have to use. So science is with us, so we'll use science to defeat them. They have the money, like Professor Ben has indicated. They don't care about the color, they don't care about your age, they don't care. This is why they are targeting children. So from a food systems angle, ladies and gentlemen, lawyers should learn that the garden is our practice. What is happening in the garden? Let us use the NEMA Act, for example. If someone is killing all the microorganisms that are there in the soil, it is a lawyer's role to come in and say you should stop, even if it means holding smallholder farmers accountable. We will. Maybe that is the only thing we have to use to bring this general awareness for everyone. But people spray, they have killed all the earthworms, they have killed all the life that sustains life. We should also learn, ladies and gentlemen, that the food is stored in houses and and other things that look like stores, and the chemicals that they use. For example, last year alone and the other year, we had many children in schools having general food poisoning. And we wanted the Ministry of Health to have a particular investigation if Ministry of Education is not doing it. Why are the children, and they die, but they don't. Sometimes we think that it is malaria or what, but they've died because of food. Some people do not even know when they get food poisoning. Food kills, but children are eating beans and maize that has been stored and preserved with dangerous, harmful chemicals. It is our role as lawyers to hold players accountable, schools, but also parents. Sometimes people don't want me to talk about parents, but we have to. Then the transporters of food. You see how cows are being transported from Mbarara to Kampala, from Mbende to Kampala, from anywhere. How the food, because that is food. Then you know how the slaughterhouses behave, the butchers. All that is our work. We all know how the food processing, we even have fortification regulations in this country. But we want to interrogate and find out. Some millers and processors have put labels that this food is fortified. But is that food fortified? Those are $1 billion. You understand? Yeah, I want to see. I can't do everything. Osefrot will not be able to do everything. But other lawyers, we want to let you know that these big processors and millers are under a legal obligation to fortify the food. If they are producing kaunga, it must be fortified. If they are producing cooking oil, at least let it be fortified. It's not what I'm promoting. For me, I want to have natural food, but this is where we are. The processors are here. You see big trucks indicating that the food is fortified. But is that food fortified? Just imagine if you woke up and you're a lawyer and you're handling such a $1 billion case. So we want to show lawyers that there is a lot of work this side. Then food eating, the fork, the cookware, the preparation, the serving, all these are issues that we need to look at. I want to conclude by posing these many questions, not too many. When you go back home, the maid that you left, or the house help you left there, does she know that when she prepares food, that food can kill you? If she's not aware, you are in great danger. And as a lawyer, do you know that when you take your child to a school X, it is your responsibility that those children feed well? Or maybe we should start with lawyers. We do a scan through, Aaron, where are you taking your children? We follow them up. And then we take you on for having... Yeah.
And I feel it is commonplace, prevalent. People are eating on hot plastic spreads, cups, and buckets with food prices. We need also to look into that as part of
the food systems legal. Yes. So what you're bringing in is called food grade materials. So food is being packaged or served in plates that are not food grade. So you find someone packing hot beverages or cold beverages in materials that eventually are going to cause cancer or other illnesses. So I want to stop here. Going forward, we need to look at food from a systems angle, and every single value chain has a lot of legal implications and legal practice. I want to thank you. Over to you, Pauline.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kabanda, for that insightful discussion. You've really blessed us. We're going to go into our next session, which is the plenary. And we're going to be having a discussion. It's going to be short. I'm going to use at least 20 minutes to go into our lunch. It's going to be on the topic, the role of the legal fraternity in the food systems transformation. Thank you. I'll start with Dr. here.
Thank you very much, Sefrot, and now it's called Alinaf for the bringing us here and also for the presentations that we have had. My question is with regard to where do we go from here? There is a tendency to over glorify what lawyers can do. And whereas I do appreciate the fact that you've summoned us here and you've educated us on many issues, I know that like a food chain, there is also a justice chain, and that the lawyers play a certain part in that justice chain, and then they are left with looking on when it comes to implementation of some of these issues. And so I'm wondering, what are we doing, or what can be done for the other actors in the chain, in this justice chain? Because the minister has spoken, he will receive our petition, but then even after we have gone to court, we have no control on when the date will be fixed for a petition. We have no control on the judiciary's decision. But let's assume that the decision is even in our favor. Looking at petition 16, what is the state of maternity health now? We can only say there was a court judgment, but I'm wondering whether we can start thinking of other, I don't want to use the word extra legal because it sounds really problematic, but what are those other associated legal and policy issues that we can do? Or can we think of moving together as a team of teams, such that we end up having everyone on board? I'm glad that there is someone from Daily Monitor. You see, when you have the media with you, it will speak. When you have the lawyers in court, they'll do what they can. But my challenge is with the implementation of either the court decision or its findings. That's where I am having difficulty as I think. And I'm wondering, from your own examples, what can be picked or borrowed in order to take us forward? Because even after we've passed many of these laws in Uganda, we tend to see food continues to be served in a basin. In our secondary schools, we continue to use firewood and very poor cooking habits. What can we do? I don't know if there are other ways that can support the legal, because the legal for me seems to be clear. What are the other things that we can also incorporate so that we move together to see implementation of these very important ideas? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Dr. Kavanda, thank you for the presentation. I want to add on what you were mentioning, but I want to add you a list of things that you may pick interest in. We've seen, for instance, for quite some time, I have been making a lot of noise around safety of the food, but somehow I think, the lawyers to do something. I have mentioned that sometimes you find people using formalin in preservation of meat, in preservation of milk, in preservation of fish, in preservation of chicken. I mean, quite a lot of things. And the other time I also reported that some people are using transformer oil in cookery. And somehow, again, people told us we are alarmists until the minister herself if you go to the east, a lot of food on tarmac roads, and it's okay. The whole community is drying food on a tarmac road, and the officials are also very comfortable with it. And the officials are also buying, even NASA. But I mean, there's a lot of mess that we can think about, and I mean, we need to do a lot of. You need to support us, you the legal minds in this, and maybe finally, when I look at the presentation made by my sister there, one of the challenges we have in this country is about the technical capacity to do things. If you look at the supplements that you're talking about, I have been practicing nutrition for the last 8 years, and I've never given anyone a supplement. But I've been managing patients without supplements. But when you look at the network you're talking about, no dietitian, no nutritionist, and they're the ones giving us the supplements. And then you ask yourself, why are people who are not trained to do particular things be the ones to do them? As a country, I think we recently have 26 nutritionists who are employed by government. But so many guys have graduated out of this. So as we talk about food, there are people who have been trained on food, but they are not absorbed into the systems. So you find that we are going to keep dying because of the challenge of the technocrats not being given opportunity to serve the communities. So still, as we're looking at the legal minds, how do we ensure that the right categories of people or technocrats are actually handling technical issues when it comes to the area of food, and especially complements and supplements? Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. We'll have some members online to engage. This discussion is open to us all. Yeah, you can send in your discussion in the chat box, and you can also raise your hand and we'll pick you to give your discussion. Thank you. We have another hand here.
Thank you, Dr. Kawanda, for the presentation. And I also want to refer to the presentation by Professor Myanja. I'm speaking as an animal rights activist. And, well, it is rare to come across one. But I've been one for many years. And when you make a presentation on food, really, the concentration is on plants, pesticides, spraying soil with the chemicals like weed master, all those things, storage of seed and aflatoxins and such things. But it appears like there is no concentration on animals, apart from maybe some few people who see cows, being transported in a cruel manner, and you feel like, yeah, maybe this is bad, but no research has been done. So I want to know what are you doing about that? Because I've read some research which says if an animal is stressed and you eat it, you also get stressed and you end up having issues. But there are now concepts which are coming up, like farming animals, where you find a half an acre of land is home to like 30 cows. We buy them food, but the price is not really suitable for them. Then there are issues where people, they tell you they give an animal ARVs so that it can get, of course, fat and marketable, but its meat is really dangerous for human consumption. I've been told, I don't know if it is true, that you can have chicken ready to eat at 1 month old. So what exactly are you doing towards that? I feel like the attention has been given to plants, and yet I think really people eat animals perhaps, and they love them more than plants. So what are you doing to deal with those issues? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we can, okay, let's first hear from Council Aaron, then we hear from the people online. Okay.
Thank you very much. There are two questions to Professor Myanja. One, I want to know what are empty calories. You are talking about marasmus and so on, but there are these things they call empty calories. Help shed light for me. Then how much protein do I need? And don't tell me grams. I am
colleagues, my name is Brian Luswata. I'm the principal legal advisor, the principal legal officer in the Ministry of Health. I apologize, I came in late, but I'm very pleased to find that there is a group of lawyers who have finally taken interest in the subject of food. And I thank Dr. Kawanda for putting this together. You know, health and the law has been quite a lonely road for some of us because it has been very unattractive for most lawyers in the land. But I've picked up some interest in what our senior colleague Dr. Roheza has raised, and I thought, coming from the government side, I would maybe shed some light on it, because whereas the law is a good tool to advance the cause of food safety and security, but usually, and from what we were taught in law school, litigation should be the last option. So I agree with him. And yet we should also be mindful of the fact that usually economic and social rights, such as the right to food, are subject to the political question, their enforcement, because you know that Uganda is under the category of the low and medium income countries. So sometimes even when we get the court judgment, it will be enforced in accordance with the resources of the country. So now that means we need to have a multifaceted approach to this issue. Of course, on the Ministry of Health, we have done some needs assessment to sort of gather the evidence to understand what we need to do to regulate the food, and we have also done some legal mapping. So one of the other approaches, I think, where we would need the help of legal practitioners such as you, is to, now that you have taken interest in the subject, is to help us with enriching some of these documents we have made. For instance, the legal mapping, because we are not legal experts. As Ministry of Health, we are simply nutritionists when it comes to food. And even in other government departments, there are not many lawyers who are passionate about the subject of food as much as we may have in the society. So, but yes, we have noted that we may need to beef up our regulation on food labeling to make it comply with the ESC standards and the codex, and including issues of industrially produced trans fatty acids, restriction on marketing of unhealthy foods, and promotion of physical activity. But again, contrary to popular thought, there are several laws and regulations. Although they are scattered, we do not have a comprehensive legal framework, but they are scattered on food, that I thought the other approach would be to see how much can we leverage on the existing laws. Of course, some of them have become obsolete, such as the Food and Drugs Act, but yet it gives the Minister of Health power to make regulations on labeling, marketing, and advertisement of food. So maybe this is the area where lawyers can advocate for to have such instruments in place. Currently, we are working on a regulation on industrial produced trans fatty acids under the Food and Drugs Act. Then we know that UNBS also has standards that deal with food, but the problem is maybe aligning them with the Codex and the East African Community Standards. The UCC has an advertisement standards code, which we could also use to regulate the aspects of marketing unhealthy food. Now, there are also other existing opportunities because there are bills in place, such as the Consumer Protection Bill, which has stalled over several years, but it deals with dangerous and substandard goods. And if we could lobby more for this bill to be revitalized, it would help to handle some of the aspects we are grappling with. Then the government also has a Food and Nutrition Bill, which is under the office of the OPM. And this is to ensure food safety and tackle malnutrition. So what I'm saying is that there are other existing opportunities outside litigation, which are very low-hanging fruits that we could take advantage of to ensure that we build core capacities as a country using the law as a tool to address food safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much. We are going to have a few people from online looking at their comments in the chat box. Kindly project their chat box. Then we shall have Professor Myanja and Dr. Kabanda sum up the plenary session. Okay, so we have Ms. Sarah. The issue of indigenous seeds is very, very important. We ought to fight for the few that are still available. Do we have any institutions working on this? I do not know, but it's one of those issues that what is that word? Kindly. Help me project the whole chart. I do not know, but it's one of those issues that is close to my heart, and I would be glad to join in working towards the preservation of our organic indigenous seeds. Okay, so that's Miss Christine and Miss Sarah talking about the indigenous seeds. Do we have any other? Kindly scroll. We have the Drug and Food Act. I think that's the Food and Drugs Act. What percentage of the issues presented does it serve or solve? I think that's it's taking us to Joanne's presentation. Can you imagine that okay, Katunkuma. So people are talking about the indigenous seeds in the chat section. And I think we don't have any other. Okay, thank you so much to our colleagues online. We shall have Professor Myanja comment on some of the discussions and also, okay, Dr. Ruheza wants to comment.
Just one question maybe which Professor Myanja could help us with. Is the question of the use of herbicides and pesticides. I don't know whether Dr. Kabamba, we have done any legal case on that regard, but I think there is a lot of damage that is happening to our bodies with the use of improper use of herbicides and the abuse of pesticides, including the different forms of insecticide. I know there was during the time of, I would like to believe the late Justice Kenneth Kakuru, some litigation around DDT. I might have forgotten, but I don't know whether, Prof, you know what is going on right now in that regard or what can be done, especially using the different avenues that Mr. Luswata has so kindly helped us with. I think there is a lot of damage that has happened as a result of this abuse of pesticides and herbicides. In fact, I see most of my friends who are down with cancers. There's a lot of, I don't know whether it's our age group, but I hear more of intestinal, stomach cancers than before. Maybe you could also share something in that regard on what we can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. We shall have Professor comment about the engage. He will first comment about Doctor's engagement or comment. Then we also have him to comment on Mr. Brian Rusata's comment, and then we have Dr. Kabanda comment on Dr. Ruheza's first comment, then also comment on Mr. Paul's comment on animals. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Some of the things are very tricky, but I told you we are developing a food-based diet guideline, which is supposed to recommend the data intake for respective individuals of different age category. That one is the one which is going to be like a guiding tool or an education tool on how do we eat the nutrients. We usually don't eat the food, but we eat the nutrients. On the side of the protein, how much protein am I supposed to take? It's measured in terms of percentage. How much does my meal contribute in terms of calories to the required total calorie, which should come from the protein? That one usually ranges between 10 to 35% of the 2,000 required calories for an adult on average. That one, if you calculate it, it goes to around maybe between 200 and 700 calories should come from the protein. That's in terms of energy calculations. But when it comes to the nutrition labeling, usually you have to know the serving portion and also look at the label, how much of this product the protein contains. Then you calculate per 100 grams. Then you can know that product, if I eat it, to contribute to 10% or 35% of the protein I require, I have to eat this amount of what? Of that product. That's why I told you the nutrition labeling is scientific in such a way that most of us, we don't understand. It involves a lot of calculation. But again, I don't know how simpler you can do it. Maybe we translate them in our local languages so that people can understand. That's the biggest challenge. But in a general view, that's what you're supposed to do in terms of protein intake. And on the empty calories, sometimes things are confusing. Like when people talk about a dressed chicken, you think the chicken has a dress, but in actual sense, it does not have feathers. So when they say empty calories, that don't mean there's no calories. And actually, those are foods with high calories, which you are supposed to avoid. They provide a lot of calories, but when it comes to other nutrients, they provide more or less nothing. For example, vitamin and the fibers and so on. So those are foods you have to avoid. It's a confusing word to say empty calories. Yes. One time there's a product on the market, I don't know whether I've taken it. It's green tea. Green tea, basically, when you look at it, you can think it does not have the energy because everything is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Then my daughter told me, what are you taking? Everything is 0, 0. But I told her there is some energy here. So sometimes the labeling is also confusing. So don't think that empty calorie means nothing. It means high calorie intake. On the side of the herbicides, and the pesticide, this is the big problem. We have done a lot of studies on herbicides, contamination, pesticide residues in food. The studies have been there. We have a big problem. Yeah, but again, the challenge you have, Dr. Kaban talked about it. The input dealers, they are not knowledgeable. And again, when it comes to the farmer is not also knowledgeable. The extension system has collapsed. So you are likely to get those problems. Because people are doing the way they think is right. It's like a self-medication. When you go, you feel, I have maybe a temperature, I go to the pharmacy, I need some painkillers, I need my drugs. At the end of the day, you're creating a problem to yourself without actually knowing what you are doing. So we have a big challenge in the sector in that we need a bit of sensitization, we need extension service, we need to educate the farmers on how much dye put into my product. And again, another change we see is what you call a withdrawal period. This one comes to the animal side again also. When should I administer the drug or the antibiotics to the animal before the product goes to the market? I did a study on the milk sector, moved all over the country and asked the people, the farmers, where do you put the milk from the animal which have been given antibiotics? They said, we buy it there, we buy it there. Other people, they say we give to dogs, which is not right. And actually, when they say they buy it there, it's a lie. Usually it goes into the system because nobody powers 1,000 liters away, if the animal. And again, they come back to us. That's a challenge you have. So these drugs, when you feed them to the pigs, they will come back to us. So I think we need to educate our farmers and also the consumers.
I told you at the beginning that when you see droplets of the chemicals on a product, don't say it is fresh. That product is very, very dangerous. We are trying to do a study on the cabbage. I was telling the student, now you see the cabbage. The cabbage is spread, but when you go to the gradient of the cabbage inside, how do we find the gradient of chemicals inside the cabbage? For me, I think that if I do that analysis, I can able to take away the number of leaves from a cabbage, which can reduce the pesticide contamination in my products. But this requires science really to do this. Without science, you cannot know, there's no way you can manage this. Remember, I told the law is between the government, the university, and also the legal part of it. That's how we connect. So these things of abuse of pesticides because we have not put much emphasis on extension service, which we need. What else? On the animal, I did my degree in animal meat and so on, and fish. Actually, for me, it is painful to see, for example, the chicken come from Lila, they are put in taxi, to see the border man can the chicken when they are facing down. For me, I look at the meat myself. Actually, when it talks about that, when you eat the meat from one animal which has been stressed, it's stressed because he knows the pain to go through. That's why he's stressed. Also, I get stressed. I have a little picture I've taken along by a road, and you ask yourself, is this the meat we are going to eat? Don't this animal feel the pain? They do feel the pain, but the system which you have to control the routes at which animals are transported, there's no policing. That's another thing. So we are going to continue to see this if we don't improve the infrastructure. So antibiotics is a big problem in the meat we eat because nobody knows when the animal is given the antibiotics before they come to the market. But remember, I told you eating food is a risk you take. There's no safe food. That's why you have standards. Standards are there to make sure that the levels of the contaminants, they don't go beyond the one which can be lethal to health. That's why you have the standards. You can eat bacteria 10 per 2, you'll be fine. There's no problem with that. But if they go to 4, the problem comes in. So stressing an animal also affects the quality of what? The meat. The meat becomes very tough and you take a lot of fuel boiling it. There are many things happen when you stress the animals. I think that's what I comment as for now.
Thank you so much, Professor. Big hand clap. Yes, we're going to use 1 minute. Joan wants to respond to Mr. Luswata. Strictly 1 minute. Then we go to Dr. Kabanda to sum up the session.
Thank you, Pauline. Mr. Luswata, first of all, thank you for coming. It's nice to have government on board. From your submission, you mentioned that the right to food is an economic, social, and cultural right that is subject to progressive realization, and it brings in the political question doctrine. But I just wanted to let you know that currently there's case law that has decided that the right to adequate food is indispensable from the right to life. And therefore, it can no longer be treated as an economic, social, and cultural right that is subject to progressive realization. So my appeal to government is that you take this approach when we win those judgments, that you treat it with urgency when it comes to implementation, because other jurisdictions have already recognized it as indispensable from the right to life, which is a civil and political right and cannot be implemented progressively. That's all.
Thank you so much, Joan. Before Dr. Kabanda, we shall have a comment from Mr. Bwenje. And for someone online asking on how to join the network, the Agroecology Legal Network, Doreen, you're going to help us guide, give the AT people some equipments to project for the people online. Thank you.
Thank you. I had to talk because Dr. Kabanda will not invite me again for his meeting when I leave without saying something. it's a good discussion, and thank you very much for the various presentations and that were made, and also for the wonderful deliberations we've had. Where I work at the National Planning Authority, we've just started implementing. It's about 2 weeks. Our 4th National Development Plan, which should be of interest to everyone here, and all the things that we are discussing in there. Actually, in NDP4, we've taken food as a key foundation for human capital development. And so us working out its legal framework is very, very important. And we find that actually for us to have safe food delivered for the humans is being constrained by the legal framework. Councillor Kawanda, I am interested in the clarity of the petition, and for me, I would like to see rising from what the Vice President of the Society was saying. Who is doing what? Who are these people that actually causing these gaps? So we need to have accountability. Where is the gap? What is the issue? And we would want to have a column who is actually, because we would like the Minister of Justice to know these people. The column, who is the cause for that gap? You know, we've moved into the program approach whereby the responsibility of implementation is shared by very many actors along government, private sector, and other development partners. Then also, because it was nice for us to go ahead and advise the Minister for Justice and say what can be done. So I'm happy to see a column of us saying, why don't we do this? And then also further suggest another column that who is to do that? Because it is easier now to task them. It is easier for him to follow up, because now we have very many issues, resource constraints. You know, with our new program approach, if you've not actually budgeted, if you've not put something in the plan, you have issues raising a budget for those activities. So we move together, development partners, CSOs, and government, to make sure that we at least we have some of these kicked off. For example, you know how we are struggling with the food and nutrition policy. I don't know what is locking it up. We are reviewing it forever. Our attempt on the Drug Act of 1959. So if we highlight these areas to him and say this is where the bottleneck is and how can we move from here. So let's have clarity with this, but also have that responsibility. Who is responsible for what? Thank you very much.
I just wanted to make a statement. For those who are interested, there is a book called Mysteries and Marvels of Nature. I've been trying to get the link to the book. That in that book, it says that if you want to have better milk production, there is a type of music you play for the cows when they are being milked. And even plants respond better to certain types of music. You can do some research on that, but there is a book, Mysteries and Marvels of Nature. I just thought that would be good information for those who are interested in supporting the case for the treatment of animals and plants better and how they respond. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Dr. Ruhweza. Dr. David Kawanda.
I just want to use 2 minutes because some people don't eat by the way. Many people eat now these days once. So you realize it is also coming to 2. We need to leave people to we need to go and have lunch. So we indeed are working around other aspects, dear Dr. Ruweza. And if you join the network that we've launched today, you realize that we are going to be talking and doing legal research, legal trainings, of course litigation, and then also movement building. For example, the network that we've formed is not going to only be lawyers. We want academicians, we want nutritionists, we want other CSO practitioners. So we also know that without having other enabling strategies, you cannot have litigation as a standalone. We are going to also be engaging ourselves into deep judicial dialogues, because we think that unless if we have judicial activism, once I have told people once and again, a judicial officer in High Court once asked me that, you see, Yukavanda, I have been taking soda ever since I was a child. Do you see whether I have a problem or not? So for her, she thought that she doesn't make a connection, and I don't blame her, because many things are not in the know. Many people do not know. So it is us to do the background work, to do the donk work. Of course, I should even mention that. We shall do research and other. But also, we are going to be very intentional on holding leaders accountable, whether at local government level, national level, subcontinental or continental level. This is why even this network is coming up as an addition to the many products that we have as the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, dear Dr. David Kabanda.
Please, Doreen, please send the link if people want to join the network. It is a simple form. They will just fill in that simple form, and then it is a continental network. It's going to be Africa. So when we have the number of members that have joined, we are going to give ourselves like a month. Then we'll call for a general assembly. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, dear Dr. David Kabanda. For the members physically present, there is this flyer on our tables. Behind it has a step-by-step process of how to join the network. We are just 7 minutes to our lunch, and I would like to welcome Dr. Rehema Namaganda to close off this session, and thereafter we shall make a few logistical communication. You're most welcome, dear doctor. A round of applause for Doctor. It is not very easy to become a doctor. Louder. Another hand.
Thank you so much. Thank you, colleagues, for keeping around, and our professors and all the presenters. Thank you so much for your patience, and thank you once again, Sefrod, for preparing. I would like to close with 3 points that I want us to remember. The first one, we've been talking about food. But let's remember, food is not just as it is defined by the nutritionist, but it doesn't stop at that. It's not just a substance that we take in to be healthy. It goes beyond that. Food is about power. It's about control. It's about human rights. There's a single but very important truth, that behind every food system, there's someone who decides who will eat, who will not eat, and what you will eat, and when you will eat it. A very simple example, if we substitute our traditional seeds with industrial seeds, one company decides, one CEO of a company decides when you will plant and how much you will harvest. So when we talk about food and law, it's not just when you see Dr. Kabanda everywhere talking about food. It's not just something we eat. When we encourage people, when you go to the supermarket, don't buy processed food, don't buy this, eat cassava. Very soon they will not have the cassava to eat because all the land is going, because of all the synthetic fertilizers and everything around. So this is where, when we know that food is someone's decision, shaped by laws, shaped by policies, shaped by governance decisions, this is where the role of lawyers seated in this room comes in. As lawyers, regardless of what you are actually working on at the moment, whether you are defending land rights, whether you are talking about seeds, whether you're challenging unjust contracts, whether you are in business laws and stuff like that, whether you're talking about public accountability, we all have a role to play. Of course, not only lawyers, all of us in this room. Together we can create a food system, and we long to see a food system that prioritizes people over profit. At the moment, it's about profit. It's about who is earning what, who is getting what. The interest of those that are feeding us now is not the people, it's not your health, it's about their profit. And lastly, my third point is agroecology. We are excited about the launch of this network, and I want to applaud CEFROT for this. And we are happy to join hands to work together to promote agroecology. Agroecology has potential not just to promote the ecological approach to producing and eating food, but to restore food to its right place. Food is a social, and today I will say a legal issue. But it will not, this concept will not survive if we don't defend it. And again, our dear lawyers, this is an important role that I want to remind all of you, and us as well, to play. As lawyers, therefore, I would say that you're not just interpreters of the law, you are architects of possibility. And I want to challenge all of us today, whether you are a lawyer or you are in other fields, will you support to build a just food system that will prioritize people over profits? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, dear Dr. Rehema, for those warm closing remarks. And Pauline, I want to take this opportune moment to thank dear ladies and gentlemen for the time taken to participate in this ULS training on food and the law. It has been very insightful, and we know we are into the books of records that on this 18th day of July, a network, a continental network to promote food sovereignty was launched, and we are happy to be part of this. I want to thank you all, and thank my co-moderator here, Pauline, for taking on the mantle while moderating this session. We will be having our lunch on the ground floor. Sarah has the coupons. We have talked about food. I'll make sure we have the coupon from Sarah at the back there. Whoever hasn't picked a coupon from her. And our lunch will be served at the ground floor, just as we entered. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming. God bless you.